is innovation completely impossible. And so that's what we're trying to show, that yes, you can have regulations, you can have lots of services that will be offered, but we will do it efficiently, quickly, and ultimately people will have the same type, we hope, of customer experience that they would have in another, private sector reality, which is, difficult, but we have to aim towards that.
No, and it turns out that sharing risk across society doesn't only build equity and trust, but it also creates openness to structural change, and it's therefore something that promotes economic dynamism in different ways. So shared prosperity not only is an economic agenda, it's a democratic agenda as well. And I think in addition to delivering kind of the material conditions for a good life, it is about whether institutions can deliver security and dignity and voice for people to feel that democracy still works for them. And I think it is our task at this moment not to become obsessed with the failures of our opponents, and nor to kind of promote an idea of a past perceived stability that also didn't deliver to people. And we've been talking about that. The task should instead be to focus on how do we stand up a different and more dynamic and more inclusive societal project. And I think this has been a really enlightened and positive conversation. So please join me in thanking these two brilliant people.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists for that great discussion on shared prosperity. We're going to move right into the next panel, Hard and Soft Power, the Changing Global Order and Building a Global Neighborhood. And so without further ado, please join me in welcoming our next panelist to the stage, Canada's Foreign Minister, Anita Anand, US Senator from Michigan, Elissa Slotkin, the former Prime Minister of Sweden, Magdalena Andersson, and Patrick Gaspard, former US Ambassador to South Africa and former Director of the White House Office of Political Affairs. They are. Thank you.
Bonjour, tout le monde. It is so extraordinarily exciting to be able to engage on a conversation about the globe with three exceptional leaders. And I will tell you that I am personally thrilled to engage in a discussion on foreign affairs that's not just another mantle. Let's start, you can clap for that. Let's start, if we can, by digging into what Pierre Trudeau once famously called the elephant in the bed when describing the proximate relationship that Canada has to the United States. Last night, my old boss, President Obama, in his brilliant discussion, took pains, I think, to observe the protocol and proper etiquette of his station and his office by not directly addressing the current occupant of the White House. But I think that this morning, with this panel, we have the ability to take a direct run at President Trump and his administration and the harmful and I'd say insidious impact that they're having on a set of institutions and terms that have been established over the course of a century that I think has accrued to the benefit of the advancement of democracy and has accrued to the benefit of average folks in Oakville and in Detroit as well. I think that when President Biden won election in 2020, he was determined to declare to the world that the U.S. was back on the world stage, open for business, and could be relied upon again as a global partner. I think that if we listen closely to what our friends and allies are telling us right now, there isn't anyone who is waiting for the U.S. to return to its transnational democratic roots. and that instead folks are doing everything that they can to take on the major interconnected crisis and challenges that we have in the world. So we're going to turn to our panelists now to get their perspective on what comes next in this disorienting moment, both in the short proximate term on the challenges that we have to weather immediately, and on the long term as we think about international law, the role of US power, and what it means to build a set of durable alliances, compacts, and relationships. So I'm going to ask you all broadly to telescope out and to tell us all how you're reading the moment and what you think comes next. And then I'll have a series of really pointed questions for each of you. We can start with you, Prime Minister, and then make our way down.
Well, what do you say? We just joined NATO. And thanks for all the support we got from Canada, but it's a different institution than it was when we applied only 4 years ago, and it's a different world. And it is a world that I often say the world of yesterday is gone, and it will not come back. So we have to adapt to something completely new. And we are in that way in a very critical point in history, and the decisions that we take and we make in the coming years, I think will be decisive for decades to come. And at this point in time, we also need leaders that step forward, that tell the truth, and then also show some kind of direction. And the Canadian Prime Minister is one of those leaders that actually have stepped forward. And thank you so much, Canada, for the leadership that you have shown in this point in time. He has also said that he thinks that Europe can take a role here, and I agree with him. I think we really need to, in a chaotic world, we can just hope for things to go back to where they were. But we have in a chaotic world, we need to make the stable relationships that we can have. And we have to strengthen them, like Europe and Canada, but also with other like-minded countries like South Korea, Canada, Australia, maybe Mexico, and make those bonds and those ties much closer. And I think the EU could play an important role. But then EU also, we have to redefine ourselves in order to take a more global role. I mean, European Union was formed in order to solve problems between the countries. But if we're going to be a geopolitical actor, we have to redefine ourselves. And I think it's time for that now, to work together with Canada in a more active way.
Well, thank you so much for having me on the panel. I'll just say that on the way home from Davos, the Prime Minister and I were chatting, and we agreed that the moment is about the structure, the framework around our foreign policy that he enunciated in Davos, but it is also about implementation of what I call the Carney Doctrine. And on the implementation piece, we have to think about the Carney Doctrine, the work he did in that speech in Davos, which has been so important globally, as a form of principled pragmatism. And I just want to say a word about both principles and pragmatism. On the principles side of things, it is very much about working within existing multilateral organizations, NATO, the UN, of course, but also taking the moment that presents itself and working with like-minded countries on important issues. Let's take Arctic security and sovereignty, for example. Just after the Davos speech, I was in Greenland to raise the Canadian flag in Nuuk and formally open a consulate there. And in that moment, Canada was standing for the principles, the fundamental principles of territorial integrity and state sovereignty. And as I raised that flag and the crowd that had assembled started singing the national anthem of Canada, I realized palpably that this idea of principles has not left our world, even though we have a complete breakdown in the global trading structure and we are witnessing threats to the international order in the form of a rupture that the Prime Minister described. So there is an element of coordination and cooperation along the lines of principles, along the lines of international law that still exists. And on the pragmatism side, well, we're working very hard to double non-US trade over the next 10 years. We have signed over 20 defense and security and trade agreements since the Prime Minister was elected last year. We're the only G7 country that has a free trade agreement with every other G7 country. And that's the pragmatism. Trade diversification, ensuring that we are never again solely reliant on, to such a vast extent, on one trading partner. And that's showing tangible benefits, as we see in negotiations for comprehensive economic partnership agreement with India, the resolution of trade tensions with China, working across Mercosur, hoping to sign a free trade agreement with ASEAN in 2026. That's happening right now. So this idea of principled pragmatism is not just in a speech. It is evidencing, it's manifesting tangible benefits every single day, and the work is just beginning.
Awesome. Senator?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm Michigan Senator, so we feel a real kinship with our Canadian cousins. And I spent my life coming to Canada and just am very happy to be here, provide some counter programming. I think the thing that I think is very important is we're never going to go back to the way the world was. And we can take time and grieve that and have that conversation and lament the higher ideals that we all subscribe to. But then we got to like go to bed, wake up the next morning and figure out what's going to come next. And I think what's very important is to remember, while it feels like we're forever going to be in this moment, there is no such thing as standing still. And we do have, as leaders, the responsibility to have like a light at the end of the tunnel. Where are we going? If the old system is no longer working, but we're in this interregnum reorganization, what does it look like when we come through the tunnel? And I would offer that what to me is very fundamentally important is that while ideals that many of us, myself included, were trained on, we have to deliver for our public. Our foreign policies have to serve the economic well-being of our countries. And if people can't see the connection between our engagement abroad and what it does for them back home, if they don't understand that in their bones, we got a problem. And I think that's what we're living through right now, is that people who in another time might have felt very inspired to help others abroad achieve democracy or achieve their own highest potential, people are feeling like, well, I'm going to do worse than my parents and my kids are going to do worse than me. So I feel in a defensive crouch about anything that I see going on abroad. And I think my president is feeling the brunt of that right now with this war in Iran, right? And the cost of gas. So I think the responsibility is to especially for those of us who have grown up with a certain way, especially for the United States of being, it's not that our values are gone forever, and it is not that we will be in this moment forever, but it requires vision and thought leadership to push us towards something new.
I think interregnum is the perfect word to use, Senator, because it, you know, the death of a king is a shocking and traumatic moment, right? The death of the old model here of the world is shocking and traumatic. And so I want to stay, if I can, and I hope that the two of you will accept this provocation in the spirit of good Michigan and Canadian hockey. And I hope I won't be put in the penalty box for this question, but it just occurs to me, Senator, that some months ago, you talked about a series of town halls that you engaged with with your fellow Michiganders. And you said there were a number of things that consistently came up in those town halls, and one of them was this overwhelming sense amongst your constituents, average folks in Michigan, that China was an overwhelming long-term threat. They were able to articulate that to you, give clear expression to China as a threat to the US and to the world. And at the same time, Minister, I'll note that you and Prime Minister Carney were in China not that long ago. Earlier this year, you conducted, I think, the first in 10 years visit from a Canadian Prime Minister to China. You spoke here about the need to double non-US trade in the proximate. So when you consider what folks in Michigan are telling the senator, and when I consider what folks at Oakville must be telling you, I just wonder what the implications are, not in the short term, but in the long term for the pivot that you are making and the anxiety folks in Michigan are feeling.
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, I'm a CIA officer by training and a Pentagon official long before I got into politics. And look, there's a bunch of ways that national security people get trained, and we're not trained to go back to our, rural communities in the middle of America and say, like, what do you want out of your foreign policy? And so we thought we'd reverse the paradigm and just ask people in, Benton Harbor, Michigan, what they think. What came out very clearly to me, and I think we're struggling with this generally, is, there was a very strong belief, bipartisan belief for many, many generations in the United States, that given China's size, that if we integrated economically with them, then a rising tide would raise all boats. They would become more democratic. They would become more subscribers to the international rules and system that we all believed in, and that would be the way that we manage the rise of China. And I think if you're sitting in Benton Harbor, Michigan, you really feel like we got the ass end of that deal, right? That jobs and opportunities went overseas, that we're now dependent on China for many things in our supply chains, for core things that my state manufactures. Just a feeling like, yes, we gave away some of that opportunity, but what we didn't get back in return was military neutrality, or a sense that they're playing by the same set of rules. I'll put Michigan businesses against anyone if there's a level playing field, but they cheat. And so I think the strong feeling was there needs to be a significant change in approach to China. Now, I say that as my president's about to have a summit with the Chinese, right? We, of course, deal with the Chinese all the time. The irony is the way that you compete, I think, in the next era, vis-a-vis China, given their size and their economic prowess, is you go with your friends on a team and you approach them in a joint way on things like trade, critical minerals, all the things that we all have critical dependencies on. So at the very moment we should be teaming up with our friends and partners and saying, hey, how don't we go in the room together with the Chinese as kind of one team, one fight? We're kicking our allies in the teeth. And so I think that to me is, people always say, like, in Michigan, they can't stand the fighting between the US and Canada, right? Michiganders, we grow up, you're drinking age of 19, so we come.
We don't like it
either. We love the Canadians. My friends from my Canadian summer camp are somewhere here from when I was 11 years old, right? So we have those ties. We don't like it, but it's also just very bad for American strategic interests, economic interests, national security interests, to not be partnering with our traditional allies in going into that China conversation.
Let's stay with the hockey metaphor. Minister, the puck is now in your stick.
We need to take the Stanley Cup and bring it back home to Canada. That's my first point. So go Habs, go on that one. But the question was about China, and I'm going to bring it back to the idea of principled pragmatism. And what we are doing in our foreign policy is to ensure that we have guardrails in place to protect and adhere to our principles, while at the same time pragmatically pursuing, and in this case, resolving certain trade tensions that had existed between Canada and China, which is our second largest trading partner. Make no mistake, we are continuing to operate under the CUSMA, which allows over 80% of trade between Canada and the United States to travel tariff-free across the border. That's extremely important economically. And Minister LeBlanc and his team are working very hard on the review process. At the same time, we need to ensure that we're diversifying our trade and developing relationships not only with the largest economies in the world, but with other middle powers as well. And so while we are negotiating CEPA with India, while we are resolving trade tensions with China, we are also negotiating bilaterally with Indonesia, which we conclude an FTA with before the 2025 year came to a close, and the Philippines and Cambodia and Mercosur were involved with Mexico. So the list goes on and on. The point is that trade diversification is a means of de-risking. In this moment where there is a complete breakdown of the global trading order, and when there is a retreat towards protectionism by the United States, we need to ensure we're de-risking, and we do that by trade diversification. But the sentiment that Alyssa is mentioning, this idea that our people-to-people ties are so integrated and close, is absolutely correct. And Canadians and Americans on both sides of the border want to see our countries grow together for decades and decades to come. The infrastructure is there on defense and the economy, and we need to ensure that we solidify it for our populations in the years to come.
Well played. Prime Minister, you get a crack at this now as well, but I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, as we take on the China question, to just kind of expand it outwards and bring in the Russia question into this as well. You, of course, led your nation into NATO, and you did it during this, this traumatic interregnum. There are many, many questions about the reliability of partnership. So I hope that you'll just take China, Russia together and this challenge that the U.S. presents. And then I'm going to ask each of you, so you can get ready for this next question, I'm going to ask each of you about the domestic trade-offs that are necessary as we get on this kind of new war footing in the world.
I'll answer your question, but I start at the even bigger picture. And that is, I mean, when we increased global trade and more global free trade, we knew that the world would get richer, but we also knew that the gains from trade would not necessarily be distributed in a fair way. And it's obvious for many people, not at least in the US, that the world got richer, but I didn't get richer. My family didn't get richer. The hope for my children to have a better life than me is it's not the same as when I grew up or my grandparents grew up. And for people to accept a free and global trade, which we all know will make us richer, we will have to have policies to actually redistribute that gains from trade in a better way than we have done. And to be honest, United States is one of the countries in the world that has been least successful in distributing the gains from trade. Number one. Number two, what is obvious after these decades also is, and here I bring in Russia, is with more global trade, we didn't think through our dependencies enough. To be dependent on countries that you cannot trust is a bad thing. And this we obviously discovered, partly some European countries discovered very harshly after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and where the Russian gas didn't flow as it did before, with very devastating effects for ordinary families with incredibly high electricity prices and then food prices and gas prices. So, and no matter if we try to have a better, a more redistributive and fairer global growth, we still have to rethink our dependencies in global trade. And this will be very important. And the truth is we cannot decouple from China. We cannot decouple from the United States, but we can de-risk. And this is, I think Ursula von der Leyen was the first one to use that expression, not decouple, but de-risk. And this we really have to rethink our strategic dependencies. Some of them, if we can de-risk by having a more diversified supply chains. And sometimes maybe we often talk about the military balance of terror. Maybe we need to think about trade balance of terror as well. If we are very dependent on one country on some good, that is better if they are also dependent on us on the same. So I think we have to rethink our dependencies, keep up global trade, but rethink the dependencies.
You know, Prime Minister, I want to stay with you for a moment here as we pivot. I listen very closely to all of you. Senator Slotkin occupies a really important space in American politics because she is from one of the critical battleground states in our elections in Michigan. And she's always making it abundantly clear that Donald Trump has melted down the walls between foreign policy and domestic political outcomes, particularly at the intersection of economic outcomes and this inchoate thing that we call democracy. You've called for a European war economy. I'm a political animal, and I know that you've got, some important elections that are coming in some months' time in your country. I wonder, in this moment, as you're calling for the, European war economy, how you're thinking about the domestic political economic trade-offs that Senator Slotkin's always reminding us of as you enter into this important political cycle in your country.
Well, I mean, are we willing to defend our countries or not? I am. And that would cost. And I think it's important to be honest to voters. We will, with Russia as a neighbor, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and their illegal war in Ukraine, we will have to spend more on our military. And well, with Donald Trump in the White House, this will have to be. We will have to do it quickly. It would have been necessary anyway. It wasn't a long-term equilibria that 350 million Americans would defend 500 million Europeans. We would have to spend more on defense anyway, but now it came quicker than it was, and it came also when there is a war going on. But we have to ramp up our military spending, our production of weapons and ammunitions. That's not why I entered the Social Democratic Youth League 50 years ago, but 40 years ago.
No one's dating.
God, yeah. Just stop counting. But you have to adapt to the world, the way it looks like. And are we willing to stand up for our democracy, our freedom, our way of living in Europe, in Sweden, and in the world? Well, it's too bad. We have to adapt to the environment we have. And we do have an antagonistic neighbor in Russia in the foreseeable future. So we have to do what we have to do. And there is so worth doing because we are fighting for our democracies and our way of living.
Can I just jump in there? It's not just, I would say, in the Scandinavian countries that type of thinking is taking shape. We are putting $80 billion into growing the Canadian Armed Forces and our defense spending. That was last year's budget, the Government of Canada. We are also on track for NATO 5% by 2035, and we reached 2% of NATO GDP this year. This is in direct recognition of the value of NATO as a multilateral organization and the recognition that the threat environment has changed significantly since the further illegal and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And Canada, with NATO countries, will stand with Ukraine in the short and the long term, full stop. I'm on my way to Brussels, in fact, to meet with the Foreign Affairs Council of the European Union to ensure we're working together to bring Ukrainian children home, but also to underscore that Canada's commitment to the defense and security of the North Atlantic region, and in particular the Arctic, where we see Russian infrastructure moving further and further north towards the Arctic Circle, has got to be a priority for NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And so I agree that our foreign policy has to serve the domestic economy. That is one aspect of our foreign policy. Another aspect of our foreign policy is on defense and security, is on a recognition that the threat environment has changed significantly and that we need to work together with like-minded countries to ensure the defense and security of the North, but indeed of the world as a whole.
Do your constituents view this as an either or? Is it a choice that they believe exists in front of them? Or does this notion of middle powers advancement sit outside of the actualization of budgets in their lives?
Everything in governmental policy is integrated. We can no longer take a siloed approach to understanding the way in which governments work. Budgets will be integrated with our defense and security goals and our economic ambition for the country. And I was the president of the Treasury Board before coming into this portfolio. And I will say, internally and externally, we cannot think in silos anymore. Defense and security is also economic security. Look at the way in which NATO itself has structured the 5%. 1.5% of the 5% is for dual use infrastructure, ports, airports, roads, and we are investing in that infrastructure, not only to serve the defense and security of our country, but also to ensure that there's job creation, infrastructure development, so Canadians as a whole can see the benefits economically as well as from a defense and security perspective.
I think you were able to put some proof points on the board, Minister, when you led procurement during the pandemic and you showed dual usage in the investment. So.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Senator, I know you're itching to get in on this.
Yeah, no, I think the other point here, though, that I think we need to be cognizant of for all of our countries, certainly for mine, is that a lot of these institutions that we built that have brought such value over time, they have become very bureaucratic and also need a refreshing to be ready for 21st century threats. And so as I am thrilled that Sweden is in NATO and Finland, it's exciting. They bring huge value add. But I gotta be honest, as someone who worked at the Pentagon as an assistant secretary dealing with NATO, the speed of work there is not meeting the moment for the challenges that we're all dealing with. I will tell you, as someone who worked in the federal government in the United States, right? It was not meeting the moment in terms of speed and being overly bureaucratic. There is a point in Western society where we create these great institutions, but we just love our process and our checking with everyone and our consensus to the point where they risk becoming irrelevant, and they certainly feel very distant from the average person's life. So to me, the next kind of vision piece is not just how do we snap back to the old way of doing things or, include more members, but how do we, in a major way, refresh these institutions and say that sometimes over-regulation and overly bureaucratic processes fundamentally defeat the purpose of the organization you set up to begin with.
Well, that's exactly, she's right. She's so right. She's so right. And I will say that's what one of the strands of the Carney Doctrine, in fact, it is to ensure that on an organic basis, countries are working together to address the challenges of our time. Coalition of the Willing on Ukraine is one example. But when I was at the G20 with the Prime Minister last November, the prime ministers of India, Australia, and Canada stood on the sidelines of the summit, negotiated and agreed upon an information technology agreement so that our countries can work together on an absolutely crucial issue globally. And that's cutting through some of the bureaucratic processes that Alyssa was mentioning. It wasn't take this back to the diplomats and global affairs or another department and have them draft the agreement and then we'll look at signing it. They did it themselves at a leader level. And I'll just say that's an example of middle powers coming together, as the Prime Minister mentioned in his Davos speech.
In a moment, I want to ask all three of you, starting with the Prime Minister, about the new rules of engagement in war, what technology means, what AI means in this moment, and how we're thinking about this transnationally. But I would not forgive myself if I left this stage and then push a little further with you, Senator Slotkin, on the challenges of our politics. Policy is downstream of politics. We all know this. In your home state, we've seen massive economic dislocation. Folks feel as if their communities have been hollowed out, jobs have been shipped off elsewhere. When you conduct your town halls, those are the critical concerns around foreign policy. It's not terrorism the way that it was a decade ago or 2 decades ago. People like me who are former diplomats run around and bemoan the fact that U.S. intelligence sharing has lost much of its credibility. But the more important and urgent challenge that we have in some of these spaces is our inability to create a constituency for much of our foreign policy work. It was shocking to see U.S. aid taken down completely with hardly a murmur from the public. What are we going to have to do to kind of get back on the right footing in the investments that we make in the world when folks are feeling like healthcare, housing, education are things that are completely denied to them and to their children?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is a trend going on in the United States, but also other places, right? This economic stress that people are feeling creates, a feeling like everything else has to be subordinate to my pocketbook, which, when you can't pay for your kids to go to summer camp or you can't, live the life your parents did, you feel shame and you're looking for someone to blame. That is just what is happening. And so I think what happened with foreign policy is, certainly in the United States, is, we just had a bunch of foreign policy folks who ran our foreign policy, whether they were under a Democratic or Republican administration, and they were handed the keys to make crucial decisions without any requirement that they communicate the value proposition to the American people. And after 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and after seeing problem after problem, and after seeing our middle class slow down, the American public was like, I don't get it. What are you doing abroad that helps me back here? Now, some of that's communication, right? I can absolutely explain to you how certain USAID programs, when done right, you pay for a small amount of money to do development so that you don't buy ammunition and get yourself, in the middle of a conflict. I can do that every day of the week, but we weren't having that conversation with the American people, and all they saw was money going abroad and not understanding how it helped them. So I think that's a huge lesson for us to learn, is that we're not going to be able to just be given the keys and not explain ourselves. But I think also I worked at the Pentagon. Anyone who tells you there wasn't fat on the bone in the U.S. federal government hasn't worked in the U.S. federal government. So but DOGE comes in and just takes like a freaking sledgehammer to everything and hurts our strategic interests in the meantime. That's dumb. Okay, so how do we figure out how to, again, have this vision forward for a leaner foreign policy that is key to our national interests and that recognizes that some of those things we've said for years, our value-based approach, actually also does help our strategic interests. It's not either or. That's what we've not been communicating to the American public, and they are right to be pissed because their life has not gone in the right direction.
That's right. That's right. So because this is not a manual we're actually going to follow the rules. We only have about a minute left in this panel. I'm going to set aside my question about AI, the new rules of engagement, and instead allow each and every one of you to just talk about what comes next in your concluding thoughts. We all kind of analyzed the problems. We talked about the domestic challenges that ladder up into international challenges. Over the course of the next year, what do we all need to be doing in our spaces that prepares us for this moment after the interregnum? Prime Minister.
And time's out.
You can ignore the clock.
So, yeah. Number one, deeper relationship between countries that are like-minded. Increase our cooperation, be it on trade, on defense, on research, innovation. Work closer on those relationships that are stable with like-minded countries, number one. Number two, de-risk your economy from countries that you don't want to be dependent on. I think those would be the two most important issues to work with in the coming months to come. And never forget, all these international agreements we have made in the decades that are not as valid anymore, they are based on values. And even if these agreements aren't there anymore, our values are still there. So let's stick to our values.
Well said. Minister?
Think of a vacuum. In a way, the global geopolitical environment is representing space that can be filled right now by countries who are willing to take a leadership role like Canada and bring middle powers together to ensure not only that the values that we hold so dear, a respect for international law, territorial integrity, state sovereignty, are upheld at every turn, but also that we're working together for the benefit of our domestic economies as well as for the collective economic good. And so it is very much about this values-based realism, this idea we have to be pragmatic, but we will not let go of the principles that have driven prosperity and success, like global trading partnerships, like defense and security partnerships. And we will do that not just in existing organizations, but we will organically grow like-minded partnerships to add value, to represent, and to fill that vacuum.
Thank you. Senator Slotkin for the hat trick.
Yeah, I think the future is still being written, but I think what is very, very clear is that we will need bespoke partnerships and alliances that frickin' work. And if they don't work and they're just there for a club that we sign up to, we're not going to get anywhere. And so how do we figure out the real values of working together, but also making sure that that togetherness doesn't take 3 years to negotiate a deal, right? That's not what the times called for. That's not what I think our various publics are looking for. They want to know that their leaders are in command and are willing to take bold action, smart action, not just bold for boldness sake, but that means our institutions have to be different than how we've built them up over the last 50 years. They're not responsive, and they need to be. On trade, on the Arctic, on any issue I can think of, on national security, certainly, we are stronger when we are in partnership with other countries. That's just a straight up fact. That's not a political statement. But we need institutions for the modern era, and that's going to take some shakeup that we're still figuring out right now.
Thank you all for your leadership and your plain spokenness.
Fantastic. That was a great discussion. Thank you, Patrick, for moderating, and like just so inspiring to see three extraordinary women, articulate, thoughtful, wonderful discussion. So thank you to all the panelists for that presentation. Next up, we have a panel called Governing for the Middle Class, Putting Power Back in the Pocketbooks. And for this discussion, it is my pleasure to welcome back to the stage Neera Tanden, President and CEO of the Center for American Progress, Germany's Minister of Finance and Vice Chancellor Lars Klingbeil, Canada's Minister of Finance, my wonderful colleague François-Philippe Champagne. Bienvenue. Good morning. He always brings the energy. It's time, yeah. From Mexico, Diana Alarcon. She's the alternate executive director of the World Bank. And moderating this session from the United Kingdom is Harry Quilter-Pinner, executive director of the Institute for Public Policy Research. Please welcome our panelists. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. So as we've heard today already, the basic promise of both liberal democratic societies and capitalist economies has been that it delivers better outcomes for citizens, that we give access to good jobs and the basic goods and services at affordable prices for people. And that basic promise is under increasing strain, as we've heard today. And that is one of the things that's driving people to flirt with right-wing populism and authoritarianism across the globe. And so the conversation we're having here today is how can social democratic parties, progressives, offer better solutions to that affordability crisis, both the long-term structural causes of that challenge, but also the short-term dynamics that we're seeing in response to things like the war in Iran. So I'm delighted to have an amazing panel here to have this conversation. I'm going to ask the panel to be brief. We've got 40 minutes and 4 panelists. So for the first kind of round of conversation, I want us to just briefly set the scene in your home countries about how is the affordability crisis playing out, both in terms of where are costs spiking, where is the struggle happening, but also how is that playing out in your politics. So I'm going to come to Lars first to talk about Germany.
So, I mean, there is also a debate about affordability. And if you see the situation in Germany, we are in the 7th year of a crisis. The pandemic was really changing a lot, I think, in every country, but also in Germany. Then the pandemic was fading out and Putin was starting the war in Ukraine, and we had to decouple from Russian gas from one day to another. So we had an energy crisis, and this was also a question of energy prices. We have 4 years with no economic growth. We have a situation when it comes to housing, and the rents are getting higher and higher in the big cities, but also I think over the whole country. And so yes, we have a problem of affordability, and this is a huge topic in Germany when it comes, as I said, for renting houses or flats. It's a question of energy prices, and we see that now also with the situation in Iran. And it's a question of inflation. So, and this is a huge political debate, and we have different solutions on the short term, on the long term to work against the war in Iran, but also as a Minister of Finance in the moment, I'm working on a tax reform where it's for me absolutely clear that the aim is to reduce taxes for low and middle incomes. And it means also for me as a progressive that the high and the super wealthy have to pay more for this tax reform. But maybe we go into detail later in the debate. But yes, affordability is a huge topic in Germany. And I think it's very important that we have progressive answers to that.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to do a round in a second on the solutions. Neera, do you want to tell us a bit about how it's playing out in the US at the moment?
Yeah, so in the United States today, concern about cost of living is as high as it was, in fact, a bit higher than it was when we were experiencing 9% inflation about 4 years ago during the height of COVID. So that that prices and costs have not come down is driving a lot of anxiety in the United States. And just in a few areas, obviously gas prices are shooting up right now because of the Iran war. But before the Iran war, utility prices were up on average 10% year over year. That is a big spiking new price. That's on top of healthcare premiums in the United States that doesn't have the advanced systems others do, in which healthcare premiums have risen 25% in 5 years. A pretty big bite out of consumers' pockets. And housing costs have gone up 30%. Rents have gone up 30% over the last 6 years. So they shot up during COVID, and then really they've stabilized, but really haven't come down in most markets. And in the United States, and we had a little bit of a discussion of this yesterday, in the United States, the average age of the first-time homeowner is 38 years old today. So across the spectrum, I think the deep anxiety for, about the bottom 60 or 70% of Americans at this point is how to make ends meet between rising costs and wages and income. And particularly for those people who are not in the stock market, which is, more than half of Americans, that is really a discussion for them of, their wealth is really between income and costs, and they are incredibly price sensitive. So the costs I just outlined are the top concerns of voters or the public, because those are the costs they're seeing. Of course, gas prices are now shooting to the top of concerns because of the war.
Francois, Philippe, obviously the Canadian economy is doing, in terms of macro numbers, really, really well. Are you also, despite that, experiencing the same pressure on middle-class families?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for everyone to be here this morning. Let me say thank you to our US friend, our German friends, the Vice Chancellor, which is in town, our Mexican colleague, and you to be here. This is a very important conversation. I would say affordability is the mother of all challenge for G7 nations. It is not just on us, but I would say probably even the OECD countries. Because if you and I and Lars experienced that yesterday, were to take a walk in the street, if people stop us like yesterday, they have three things in mind. It's the cost of rent, the cost of food, and the cost of gas. And that is largely what you see, in our G7 meetings. I'll just refer to G7, G20, because these are the type of things we're talking about, because people understand what we're trying to build. And Kristalina, the managing director of the International Monetary Fund, I like what she was talking. She was talking about the fog of uncertainty wrapping around the world. And obviously in this level of uncertainty, what I think people are feeling in the street comes with the lack of control. It seems that the speed, scope, and scale of change, whether it's geopolitics, geoeconomics, supply chain, it's technology, it's AI, it's quantum, it's cyber, it just feels that there's a lot of wind in the windshield, and that is translating in the reality that Lars talks about. And also what I like very much, Neil, what you said, because what we've been trying to do in Canada is particularly with food prices, because this is the challenge is like people are concerned by the end of the week and the end of the month. And this is a pain point, grocery in particular, that people feel every other day. And with Prime Minister Carney, you may have seen in Canada, because I think this forum is also about sharing best practices. We started to look at the excess food inflation. So we all had seen inflation from COVID, which was a big bump for pretty much all our economies. And we say, how can we mind the gap, as they would say in the UK, to try to see what is the excess food inflation. If you compare the price of food, there was, at least in Canada, but I think it's generally true in most G7 countries / OECD country, you've seen that bump. And that's why what we said to people, we need to give you a boost and a bridge. So the boost is what we've done now with, for example, the grocery benefit and essential, to say, okay, we're going to compensate what you felt, the price of, like I keep saying to my mother, the price of vegetable is never going to go necessarily down, because the challenge you have is that you have this big bump, but you need to ensure that wages are more than inflation, so that your purchasing power allows you to buy this. for 12 million Canadians, and I know this is not the time to go into the solutions. I see Mike and other, which obviously we're focusing on solution, but we said we're going to give like that boost so that you will receive kind of what you feel you've been losing in purchasing power. And then we're going to give you a bridge to the growth in the economy so that you will feel that your purchasing power when it comes to something which is as fundamental. And I would say to wrap that up, but when we were, Lars and I, just because we were at the G7 meeting about 2 weeks ago in Washington, if you talk about food in particular, I'm very concerned about the secondary impact of what we see in the Strait of Hormuz, because to coin a phrase that an American has said, it's the unknown unknown. Think about helium with respect to semiconductor, think about fertilizer and food security for global South. There is a lot of things that are happening, which I think that's why we as a government, in the spirit of what the international organization were saying, we've been targeted and time limited. We did that, for food, we did it on a more constant basis, but with gas, we decided to act for a couple of months to really try to help the people in the summer months where, it's all coming at the same time. And that's why I say we as countries and progressive, we have to be mindful. It's the price of food, gas, and rent, which is the pillar of affordability. And Lars and I, yesterday, we were walking and say, it's amazing in big countries like Germany and Canada, and I could add probably the United States, that you would have a housing crisis. It's not like Singapore or other nation, which you're constrained by land. We have enough land, but we've not built enough. And now the biggest pillar of affordability is an affordable home. Yeah. If you don't spend that much to find a place you can afford, Mike would agree, it leaves you more money in your family budget for the rest. But the other two things have increased as well. Now we have the Strait of Hormuz, the price of gas and food. So all of that at the same time, I think, is requiring us to act collectively and look at best practices.
And then I'm going to come to you last to say a bit about the situation in Mexico.
The situation in Mexico is probably going to be very different to the situation in other countries just because we are coming from a completely different reality. But I heard you talking about wages, and that's what defines pretty much the issue of affordability. So let me share with you. In Mexico, this great preoccupation for affordability, cost of housing, living costs, and so on was so great that in 2018, we Mexicans decided to change gears and elect a government completely different, completely non-traditional, coming from a progressive movement, a large progressive movement. And in 2018, we were able to rethink about the foundations of growth and development and public policy in my country. You talked about the COVID crisis. When the COVID crisis hit, Mexico was one of the few countries in the developing world that did not go into debt, into foreign debt. We were able to reorganize our public budget, and we were able to provide 100% vaccination and so on, and social programs, to get over the bump with not much loss in terms of the cost of living and affordability for people. But something that really changed the situation and the income for people was wages, which is, of course, the main source of income for everyone. For 30 years, and it could be very impressive if I show you the graphs, for 30 years, the minimum wage in Mexico stayed exactly flat, completely flat at the same time. And the idea was, if we increase wages, inflation is going to kick off, and we are going to lose our competitive advantage vis-a-vis the United States and Canada. When this new government, 2018, came in, we were able to start increasing wages. Right now, they are 239% higher than they were in 2018, more than double what they were in 2018. And what happened was, no, we don't have higher inflation. No, we didn't scare away investment. Yes, people now can afford sending their kids to school and so on, so much so that 16 million people from 2018 to 2024, 16 million people were lifted out of poverty in Mexico. That is around 13% of the population. So things can be done differently, yes, and we are going to get to the point probably of longer term policies that are being taken by Claudia Sheinbaum, our president now, that are readdressing the sources of growth and the source of income and the affordability of people. I will just say in this very short period of time after the oil crisis, obviously gasoline prices, diesel and so on are increasing. We were able, and you talked to my minister just very recently, but we were able to adjust the tax on gasoline and diesel prices so that the price for consumers remain the same. The government obviously is absorbing, the cost of that, but we are also an oil exporting country. So, we compensate the increase in price of oil with a decreased revenue from taxes. And the idea is just to keep prices keep prices from rising, and hopefully being able to go over the bump.
Great. So I'm now going to turn to the longer term structural reforms that we know that are needed to deal with this sustainably. Fundamentally, we need to change the way our economies work so they deliver the things that people need and care about at affordable prices. Lars, I'm going to start with you because one of the first things the government did was to lift the fiscal constraints on German investment spending and set up an investment fund that is trying to make sure that, I guess, you can build the infrastructure, the housing, allow the climate transition to happen. Can you tell us a bit about what that's doing? And I guess in particular, how you're trying to make sure that the German people understand that that is going to benefit them in the long run, even if tomorrow, the day after, they're not seeing the immediate change?
Yeah, so I mean, when we started with the new government, this was a solution we had in the beginning of the coalition negotiations, that we said we will have a special fund of 500 billion for investments in climate and infrastructure. And we also make a change in the constitutional law to invest more in defense and military. I think everyone knows that this is necessary because of Putin's aggression, and we didn't invest in the German Bundeswehr for the last 20-25 years. So we really have to do better, and we need more investments in security. But there was also sometimes I think it's like an ideological fight over the question, do we need more public investments or not? So I was very happy as leader of the Social Democratic Party that we convince our coalition partner that we have to do this special fund over 500 billion. And this ended a fight over many years in this question, do we need more investments or not? So now we have the 500 billion. This is a 12-year project, so it's a generational project, and the money was fixed in the parliament in October last year. So now we can start. So all the ministers for housing, for education, for transport, now they have the money and they can start with the programs. It's my job as a Minister of Finance to make a lot of pressure that they're investing very fast, because I think it's very important for the people in Germany that they see the money are invested very fast. It's also not just about the money, it's also about speeding up the processes, lowering bureaucracy. And I would really underline this is also an important topic for the progressives, that we are better when it comes to processes, speeding up processes, less bureaucracy. But I think these investments of 500 billions, these are really important investments because we are investing in the public infrastructure. So we take the money for affordable housing. We take the money for the trains transport system. We take the money for better streets. We take the money for investing in kindergarten and schools and climate neutrality and energy nets. So this is really important for society. And I think it's also a question of social justice that we are investing more in public goods and in public infrastructure, and we take the money for that. So, but if you ask if people in Germany see right now the outcome of the investments, no, it's in the beginning, and we really have to make progress. We have to speed up, and but it's a huge opportunity for us to show that we're working on modernization of the country, that we also work on stabilizing democracy. This is what this investment is also about. But as I said before, it's also an investment in social justice, that people see the state is doing something. Last point I want to mention, it's not just about public investments. It's also about private investments. And we use the public money also to leverage the private investments. For example, we did something like a German fund where we put public money in and also ask the private investments to do better. We also did a reform now on the private pensions to focus more on private investments. And we also do that within the European Union with a format I founded called E6 format. So the sixth strongest European countries, and we are pushing forward the agenda of a capital market union. And I'm totally convinced that this is a game changer if we make progress on the capital market union. So it's not just about public money, but it's really important that we have the special fund. Now we're also focusing on private money. But the question of investing more in public goods, this is really important for the progressive agenda, and this is what we're doing now in Germany.
I'm going to slightly change up the order. I'm just going to ask Francois Philippe, you've introducing a similar kind of fund here in Canada and a similar strategy. So I just wanted to hear your reflections on how you're approaching this. And then I'm going to come to Nira to ask a bit about the lessons from IRA that you would be asking these guys to think about as they implement their policies, and we'll come to them.
Sure. I think Lars said it well. I think what we need to do is to build at speed and scale not seen in generations. I think we're at a point in the world economy where you need to focus on what you can control. I go back to this sense of lack of control of people. There's a lot of things we can control, and that's what, in our case in Canada, the Prime Minister has been clear. I don't have a crystal ball. There's a lot of things that are happening. I remind Canadians that we're not immune to what's happening in the rest of the world, but let's focus on what we can control. So what we've done, and I have to give credit to Lars, we have done our own version of a generational set of investments. And I'm reminded of, again, the word of Kristalina when we were in Washington, and she was singling out in a way just because she was referring to the G7 country, but she was reminding that there's only 2 countries in the G7 which have a AAA credit rating, and it's Germany and Canada. And she said, if this country use that fiscal capacity to serve the people in growth enhancing investment, you will see growth coming. And she was very specific about housing, which goes back to your earlier question. She was very specific about infrastructure, which just the point that Lars was making. She was very focused on competitiveness and innovation and productivity, which, the Canadians in the room would say this is something we've been talking for generations. And in our case, as part of NATO, also in defense investment as a lever for economic growth. So we've done our own version of that. I mean, if you look at the infrastructure plan, and we're not in competition in the sense that we're very complementary to our German friends. Ours is $450 billion Canadians on a cash basis over 5 years. So depending on the metrics you look, you would definitely see that Canada and Germany have by far the largest infrastructure, nation building, generational investment plans that you can put. And I think this is inspiring to Canadians in a way, and I think it should serve as a blueprint for other G7 nations. Another thing we did recently, which is somewhat similar to what Lars was mentioning and something that Nira and I talked this morning, was this sovereign wealth fund. The first one we are doing in Canada, because if we're going to build all that infrastructure, these enterprise, renewable energy, ports, infrastructure to be this energy partner of choice for the rest of the world, it'd be great, obviously, that we create collective wealth, like we've seen in Nordic countries and others, but in a true Canadian fashion. I think it was Bloomberg who said that, said this is truly Canadian so that we allow retail investors to join in. So the point of that, because this is about how you bring people on board, is not only we're going to create collective wealth, but people in the street, if you have a bit of savings, for most people who are not qualified investors, and there might be some, but for the vast majority of people, and Nira and I were talking, you know, you could have specialized products that would say you can invest in mining or something, but broadly speaking, to invest in the nation building project is not something that as a small investor you can. But we're going to do that. And Bloomberg was saying in a truly Canadian fashion, it's going to be the only sovereign wealth fund that is going to allow retail investors to join in. And I think for us, going back to why we are here today and how you inspire a nation, how you build national unity, how to build, you know, if there's a fog of uncertainty wrapping the world, how are you the lighthouse to give hope and ambition and a sense of possibility and opportunity to people? I think this is a great blueprint for other countries to share, because I think this sense of being part of something bigger is something we need to do for our citizens. And I think it's true here, but I would probably suggest that in all our colleagues around the world, you need to give a chance for people to see themselves in what you're trying to build.
As a representative of the UK, we would take either Canada or Germany's debt to GDP ratio any day. Nira, I'm reminded of the optimism that was felt at the start of the Inflation Reduction Act process when I listened to both the German and the Canadians about this investment agenda. What advice would you give them in hindsight from that initiative to make this work politically?
Well, I would probably build on Minister Kleinball's response here, and that is to say, I think that we have to be clear, at least in the United States, that the public is hungry for results now, not 10 years from now, not 5 years from now. People feel like there's a cost of living crisis now. So I appreciate that Canada is thinking about, and I think it's very instructive, that grocery prices are high and how are you alleviating that now? I think one of the challenges of the Inflation Reduction Act was that it took a while to see results. And I think you are learning from our example that it is important for progressives to deliver on results as soon as possible, that we should not allow processes in our country, long permitting challenges or land use issues, that if we believe in solving a problem, the public is waiting for us to break through hurdles to get that done for them. And one thing I do think is important for us to take away, you know, obviously I have 1,000 different strong oppositions to President Trump, but he is using the power of the government to try. He looks like he's using the power of the government to deliver results and deliver them at least quickly. Yeah. In terms of the way he's using EOs. And I think we need progressive leaders on our side who are going to break through hurdles, even governmental hurdles, to deliver. Because I think one of our great challenges, and you know, John Podesta is here and he led this work, and I know he shares this frustration, are climate investments, which ultimately were designed to lower the cost of energy. They've taken a long time. They took a long time to get done, and we may experience it that they took so long to get done that President Trump was able to take them away, and people didn't really know that they were gone because they weren't fully implemented in people's lives. So I do think for those of us who believe in a strong role of government to solve problems, people are not going to just live with us on the journey of 10 years to get to those results. They want them now or 10 days ago, but not in decades.
And Dana, Plan Mexico in your country is trying to achieve something similar. So it would be great to hear a bit about how that's working and whether that's politically kind of cutting through.
and the mix between we want results now, but we also want to redo, remake the basis of our economy, and this is where we are. For the first time in Mexico, for the first time in many, many years, we have a plan, Plan Mexico, that is trying to reestablish, readdress the basis for our growth, job creation, and so on in the country. I heard in the previous panel to say Canada is living its Canadian moment. We are living our Mexican moment with this. And what Plan Mexico is just a very structured, very organized way to build infrastructure, government infrastructure, plus incentives for the private sector to come in and invest in places where they had not invested before. So it is there is a mapping of the regions of the country and the competitive advantage of each one of those regions and what they need in terms of infrastructure creation, in terms of additional investments, what do they need to thrive? You must remember Mexico grew very much out of its exporting sectors, very much connected to North American Free Trade Agreement first and USMCA second. So our economy was very much geared to these global value chains. We did very, very little to really build the basis for domestic production and domestic consumption. Our value added content of exports, national value added content is relatively small. So the idea of Plan Mexico is precisely to build stronger value chains, especially those that will bring small and medium-sized enterprises into the value chains. You must know in Mexico, 80% of jobs are in small and medium-sized enterprises. So that's the core of the problem. So by bringing and by having this development plan by region, we have been able to identify what are the sectors of the country that have a potential to growth and what they need in order to thrive. From the government budget, we probably have one of the largest, in many, many years, largest plans on infrastructure. Energy, roads, trains, but also ports and, ports, maritime and airports. But also important investment in health and education, including the construction of new universities in areas where there was no university education, high schools, and universal healthcare. What that is providing, this physical government infrastructure, is jobs immediately for people to be engaged that will provide a more dynamic, local growth. Now, together with this plan of infrastructure, there is a whole set of incentives, and they were announced. The second round was announced just last week. A set of incentives for the private sector to come and invest, not in the traditional sectors only, those that are looking at North America and the USMCA, but also those kinds of investment that will help us to bring local development into the areas where there has been very little job creation and so on. So by building these public goods, we are doing two things. One is providing job opportunities for people. Second, providing the basis for to readdress longer-term growth in the country. I will end up by saying housing is also a problem in my country, affordable housing. President Sheinbaum came to government with 100 commitments. One of those commitments was to build 1 million affordable houses. Now she raised it to 1.3 million affordable housing. That has been an incredible success and a source of political backing. Every single week on Wednesdays, you have the Mañanera. She comes every day to give a press conference. Every single Wednesday is Miércoles de Vivienda, Wednesday of housing. And she will deliver the keys to people that are purchasing this low-cost housing. These are houses that are being built by the private sector, obviously. They're being bought by people. It's not a subsidy, you know, they're being bought by people, but they are affordable and they are in the areas that have not been there before. So far, she has delivered 300,000 houses. The goal is 1.3 million.
We have 3 minutes. I'm going to ask each person in 30 seconds. All of this long-term structural change really important. To buy the space for that, we're going to have to intervene now to show that we are dealing with the cost pressures that people are facing now. So you've got 30 seconds to pitch one idea, one thing that you think Social Democrats, could be something your government's doing, is doing now to immediately lower the cost of living, to buy space for some of this structural reform. So Lars, I'm going to come to you first.
No, I said it in the beginning, and if you say, okay, you have the opportunity to put one thing on the table, I would say it's an income tax reform. So people need more money. If you look for the 7 years of crisis, life is getting more and more expensive, and we talked about energy, food, housing, and so I think as progressives we need to focus on an income tax reform that means more income for people that have low and middle income, and means also to focus on the super wealthy to pay more.
Francois?
30 seconds.
Excellent. Right,
Well, I would say we're only in and I'll try to beat 30 seconds and stuff. I say we're not all in the same fiscal position, but those who have need to support people now. The challenge and the danger is that if you don't deal with the me and now, you're going to lose people. And Nero is talking about that. So short-term support, I think, honestly, price of food is probably number one, because that is really a pain point for so many families immediately. What we've done is for 12 million people. But at the same time, we need not to fall in the trap of just support. We need to do structural reforms. Like in Canada, we said, well, we import like 30% of our produce, and in the winter it's 70. So we need to redesign our food security, even in a country like Canada. So I would say short-term support, but long-term reform. It's a bit like what Lars was saying, is if you don't do both, you're not really addressing it in a way that is sustainable over the long term.
Nera?
So extremely briefly, I think across healthcare, utilities and energy and housing, our broad view is to increase supply, but while you're doing that, use the power of the government either through tax credits or regulation to drive down prices.
Yeah.
So it is that combination so that people can feel those costs coming down while you're building supply for the long term.
And Diana, final word, Mexico.
I wish we Mexicans could dream of an income tax reform, because that's what we need, really. Politically, so far up to now, it's not something that we will want to take on, at least immediately. I think President Sheinbaum is doing all she can now to deal with a very short-term crisis, short-term affordability, with a longer-term structural solution. And in the 24 seconds that I have, I will say—
It's going up now.
It's going up, oh my God.
The only one
I will say
up, you know.
Leadership, to keep that political leadership, to be able to lead the long-term structural changes with shorter-term gains, which are some of the things that I just shared with you. Being close to people, this is the key for President Sheinbaum to keep her 72% approval rating 1.5 years after she became the president.
Nera, Lars, Francois, and Diana, thank you very much.
Almost on time. You look at that. It's like question period.
Excellent sharing, I think.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Another excellent discussion. And now we have a approximately 16-minute coffee break. The program will resume at noon. We'll be hearing from the Canadian Minister of Heritage, Mark Miller, as well as Jonathan Haidt, author of The Anxious Generation, and Diana Fox-Carney. So please use a few minutes to regroup, and we'll see you back here at noon. Thank you very much.
The event will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
Sorry, that was just like. Oh. I feel like I haven't gotten my mojo back. The event will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
Attention, everyone. The event will begin shortly. Please take your seats for a conversation with Diana Fox Carney and Jonathan Haidt, starting momentarily.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start our afternoon program. Please go ahead and take your seats. Our panelists are excited to see you.
And then there was silence. I guess it's afternoon, so I will say good afternoon to you. My name is Mark Miller, and it's a real pleasure to, one, be with you again today to discuss an incredibly important topic with Jonathan Haidt. He corrected me backstage, and I just messed it up. And moderated by someone whose interview skills you heard so well last night, Diana Fox-Carney. It is not something to be taken lightly when you visit Toronto Sick Kids to see some of the firsthand testimonial of how impacted our kids are by social media and online harms. This shouldn't be news to anyone, especially if you've heard of Jonathan Haidt and The Anxious Generation, a book he published in 2024, but feels like it's been out for 5 years, but that's how fast things have moved. But in my role in particular that I play, where I meet people from, I meet the Robloxes, the Googles, the Facebooks, and it's not helpful to point fingers, but you do have to point it out when you see it. What I can't match in my head is everyone telling me what a great job they're doing and how safe their products are. And a doctor telling me they just admitted someone that is being assessed is non-responsive and being assessed as catatonic, non-responsive, because she was bullied online and her so-called friends or classmates put up a fake site that was solely intended to pick on her and is now being admitted into intensive care. Or the parents are choosing not to take their kids into dedicated care with doctors because that means taking their phones away. So something's really messed up. And the government can't sit idly by. It's no secret, and I think we have to be honest with where we are as a country. Canada is years behind countries that we often favorably compare ourselves to in regulating the harms that we're seeing online. The worst stuff that you can imagine. Yes, we can talk about hate as defined in the criminal code, terror, sexual sharing of intimate images in a non-consensual fashion, sharing of sexual images of kids. I recently had a meeting with OpenAI, a very serious meeting with my colleague Evan Solomon, where we talked about a very real and tragic human error, but the sheer shocking numbers of what their compliance offices are filtering through AI is jaw-dropping. The amount of sexual images underage of kids being shared online is bone-chilling, and we got to do something about it. It isn't just the federal government's job in a federation and with federated provinces. We have to make sure that provinces are also doing their role, and the families are doing their own role. And I do stand here before you, both as a father and as a minister in the federal government, knowing that there's a distinct difference in what I can solve for and what I can solve for as a minister and what I can solve for as a parent. And I think those have to remain distinct, but I am not unmoved by the impact that this is having on a generation that we are continuing to fail. So we have to act, and the urgency is very real. We're looking at introducing legislation. It's no secret to anyone that's seen the news. Out of respect to my colleagues in the House of Commons, I don't share publicly details because this is about bringing all parties together. It should not be a partisan thing that you want to protect kids. And once you've done that, made sure that platforms have a duty to act responsibly, a duty to protect kids, features that are safety by design, making sure that we are holding AI chatbots and the platforms that support them responsibly, making sure that this is an all of Canada approach that includes federal government, provincial governments, but also families. And that is an important discussion that we're going to have over, I think, the next year. Here to talk about it today are two key people in this debate. I spoke about Diana Fox-Carney. I think her interview today will be a little more difficult than the one that she had last night and did such a great job on. But Jonathan Haidt, who has written the book that I mentioned, The Anxious Generation, if you haven't read it, I would encourage you all to read it because it is bone chilling, and it really fuels the need for us to take a really careful look at what we're doing and how we make sure that the federal government is acting responsibly, especially in the area that is controversial, both in its in how we institute it, but also its efficacy, but particularly age bans, which can only be one aspect of making sure that the platform and the ecosystem that's been created over the last 2 decades is actually safe for the kids that we are trying to raise to lead this world in the next generation. So there you have it. Please put your hands together for Diana Fox-Carney and Jonathan Haidt.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mark, and thanks to everyone for being here. This is, I think, the highlight of my year. Obviously, I was very privileged to be with the president last night, but I think I'm even more privileged today to be with Jonathan, whom I've long admired for all the work he's done before The Anxious Generation and all the work that I'm sure you will continue to do. So we're going to make the most of our time, and I think we're going to assume that most of you in this room know the general tenor of what Jonathan has written about the problems that we're trying to address and the kinds of solutions that he has proposed. So I'm going to kind of take that as a given. I hope that's okay, and get into the updated, the response to that, ideas about new bans, etc., and where we think we're going. So that's, yell now if you don't know what we're talking about, but otherwise that's where we're going. So the book was published, The Anxious Generation was published 2 years ago, has generated a huge response and a huge amount of action. I think we have to commend you for taking on this task. Were you surprised by the reaction? Are you pleased? Is this kind of what you hoped for?
Yes. Let me just start by saying I'm thrilled to be invited to this policy meeting here in Canada, because one thing I've seen since I wrote The Coddling the American Mind, I've been working on universities and democracies, is that the internet doesn't care about national borders, but it does care about linguistic borders. And the Anglo countries have really been bound together. A lot of our social problems, a lot of the strangeness on both sides of the political spectrum that's been happening, very similar across the Anglo countries. And the basic finding was that mental health collapsed, especially for girls, right around 2013. And President Obama referred to that last night. But here's the thing, the collapse was bigger in the Anglo countries than in the rest of the West. So something is going on with the Anglo countries. And we have similar concerns about civil liberties and free speech. So it's fantastic to have this international, I mean, obviously Northern Europe as well, and Southern Europe, Sorry. So we are all in the same boat here, and it's great that we're looking for solutions together. And as for the surprise, yes, I was supposed to write a book on what social media is doing to democracy. That's what I got a book contract for. And President Obama and you talked about some of those dangers last night. And I thought the first chapter was going to be just, let me just talk about the kids, because I have all this data on the kids that as soon as they got on, they got depressed. And now let's look at democracy. What happens to a democracy when the public square becomes Twitter and Instagram? And so I thought I'd write this book quickly, and then I'll get back in the fall of 2024, I'll get back to the big book on democracy. That's what I thought. What happened instead was that the mothers of the world were desperate to protect their children. They were being told, oh, there's no evidence. Oh, we don't know. Oh, and then my book came out and said, no, here's what's happening. Here's the graphs. Here's what's happening to your kids. Here's what the founders of the companies said about what they were doing. And here's what we do. And I proposed 4 norms: no smartphone before high school, no social media before 16, phone-free schools, and far more independence and free play. I did that because I'm a social psychologist, and I knew that this is a gigantic set of collective action traps. And the only way we get out is if we have clear lines, bright lines. We all know it. We all know that everybody knows it. And then you have policy meeting up with the grassroots demand. So once that got going, it was like I couldn't believe it. And I realized, you know what, with my remaining time on Earth, I could bang my head against the democracy problem, and I don't know, maybe we'll make a little progress, or I can work on this, and there's change around the world. So it's been really thrilling.
And what about the pushback? I mean, it's not all plain sailing. Perhaps you can run us through some of the arguments that have been used against your work.
Well, the most stunning thing about the pushback is that there's almost none. There was one article written in Nature by a professor at the UC Irvine that said that I confused correlation for causation. As far as I can tell, she only read the first chapter. She didn't read the section where I specifically said, here's how we know it's not just correlation. So there's that one essay in Nature, and then you'll see a lot of news coverage about how there's this big controversy, and they cite that. That's about it. I mean, there's a couple of other things here and there, but very, very little. And so within the academic world, now I don't want to overemphasize that. There are a number who think that I'm wrong, I'm overstating things. But one survey of researchers found that actually 5 or 10 to 1 researchers actually think, yeah, this is hurting kids. So on the academic side, there's been just that little bit of pushback. On the political side, that's the stunning thing. There's been really no opposition. The tech companies are trying to do the tobacco playbook. They spend a huge amount of money supporting internet research centers and fake grassroots organizations. They're trying to make it seem like there's all this opposition. But all around the world, it's been a bipartisan thing because Republicans have kids, Democrats have kids. People who have kids have seen the problem. And so I've been amazed at how little pushback there has been.
So I think at a general level, from what I've seen, that's correct. But in terms of specifically the idea of bans, so let's talk about Australia, which I think has, they've led the way. I know a number of other countries are in the process and they're thinking through this. Let's talk about what they've done in Australia and the kinds of arguments that are being made against that. It feels to me like the perfect being the enemy of the good in that case. Like if it's not completely working, then it's not the right thing to do. But is that the right approach?
Yes. So Australia went first. The technology for age verification is getting much better every year. They just said, damn the torpedoes, let's just do it. And the whole plan all along was to start off pretty light, like it's not the government checking ages. They say, you companies, you have to do it. And all the companies complied. And they're mostly using kind of weak methods like YOT, like facial recognition. So the methods are kind of weak for now. Even still, there's been a 30 or 40% reduction in social media use. That's a very big effect for a law that puts no penalties on the kids. And just yesterday in the New York Times, there was an article by Cass Sunstein, who most of us know and respect, saying, well, Australia is likely to fail because they didn't get to 70% compliance, because that's the magic number in his research. You know, if you get 70% complying, then it'll be self-sustaining, but they're only at 30, 40%. And so I sent Cass a note that said, remember the dictum from Lao Tzu. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, but if the first step goes badly, you should quit. Wait a second, I'm not sure about the second part of that. Lao Tzu might not have said the second part, but the people who say that Australia is going to fail say the second part, because they don't take into account the whole idea all along was, now that we have it in place, all the companies have complied, compliance is spotty, in that the methods are spotty, but now the methods are getting better, so we can hold them to higher standard, and it takes a while for norms to change. So I think it's going exactly as we expected. Nobody expected 90% compliance on day 1 or month 3. So I think it's going really well. Now, there are other methods that people will use, but it's a great first pass.
So one of the things he said in that article, that Cass said in the article, was that you needed to give kids incentives. It couldn't all be bans. It couldn't all be negative. We should be giving them concert tickets and this, that, and the other if they get off social media. Does that make sense to you?
Well, he's certainly right that, you know, he comes from an economics and law background. And of course, if people are considering two behaviors and you start putting more obstacles in one and more rewards on the other, of course, that's going to shift behavior. But you have to understand, what Australia was doing was saying, we're heading into unknown political territory. We don't want to put penalties on children or parents. We want to try to do this just by requiring the companies to meet their most basic social responsibilities to children. So that's what, there's a deliberate decision to have no penalties on the kids. And what I said to Cass was, but there are so many more ways to add friction. Let's make the going online harder and harder. And that's what's going to happen as the technology is rapidly improving. Apple and Google have already put out APIs that make it easy for companies like Snapchat to check age. And so it's going to get better very quickly.
And the age check thing has always been completely mystifying, because there were, in principle, there was an age requirement. And it never struck me as that tricky, given that one of the things AI is quite good at is actually judging age, except for me, because it judged me to be like 5 years older than I am. But, you know, no, but I mean, it does seem to me, and I think the point that you make in your book, and I think the point that needs to be made repeatedly, is that this technology has emerged in an environment where the companies, they knew what was happening. They were playing on the weaker parts of human psychology, in particular, the developing adolescent brain, et cetera. So this wasn't a sort of an accidental outcome. They were trying to get us addicted to these products.
That's right. And that's key for understanding the approach that was taken in Australia. It's what my team recommended, is you don't ban access to YouTube or you don't ban access to information. You focus on the moment of account creation, which is a moment when a child signs a legal contract to give away all of her data and images forever to a predatory company with a gigantic long terms of service, and they'll know everything about you, and they'll use it to, so my question to all of you, if any of you have doubts about whether we should have an age limit, what do you think the age for that should be, to do this without the parents' knowledge or consent? And the present law in the United States is you have to be old enough to say that you're 13. If you can say you're 13, then you can give away your data and your parents will never know. This is insane. And so don't think about this as we're banning access to information, because kids can still go on YouTube and search for videos on how to kill themselves. We're not doing anything about content. But no longer will a kid who says, I'm feeling down, be fed by an algorithm to the point where the next video is how to kill yourself. That's what we want to stop. These predatory companies, we know what they were thinking. We know what they were doing. It all came out in the law trials in Los Angeles. So if you focus on contract law and product liability, these are dangerous consumer products. We adults have problems with them, but we assume, okay, adults, you get to make your own decisions. But God damn it, we're not going to let companies put addictive, dangerous products in our kids' hands, and we can't do anything about it. This is insane. And so we got to do something. And God bless Australia for saying, we're just going to do it. And of course, innovation is happening.
Yes. I mean, when you express it like that, it seems extraordinary. And to non-Americans, it's always extraordinary that you're not allowed to drink until you're 21 and, you know, you can carry a gun and drive when you're 5 or something. But I mean, when you point this out to people, this sort of the contract, the privacy, the giving away of data, does that sort of, you know, turn the light on for some people? Is that a very effective way to get through?
Well, I think so. Because, you know, I mean, it's how you frame it. And of course, Meta is spending a lot of money to frame it as, you know, a ban, and they try to inflame the right with free speech arguments, and they try to inflame the left with the argument that it's a lifeline for marginalized kids. So Meta's working very hard to frame it in certain ways. And so I think just showing, wait, this is like the dominant technology in our kids' lives. This is raising our children. And so, you know, so once and the thing is, most people kind of know that. I think the reason why we're winning, why things are moving so quickly, is that most of us know in our gut that something's wrong with this, something's wrong with us, something's wrong, this is just not healthy. And so once you put on a frame like, think about it from a contract law point of view, like people get that and they say, no, of course you shouldn't have 11-year-olds signing these contracts.
So I just should say, I'm going to ask a few more questions because I'm enjoying myself very much, but I am actually going to take a few questions from you guys. So, you know, get ready for that moment, okay? The privacy piece. So one of the arguments against the age verification and holding databases and doing this, that, and the other is always that we open up a new area of vulnerability.
Yeah.
Discuss.
Sure. No, I take that very seriously. You know, my last book, The Coddling American Mind, was written with Greg Lukianoff, who's one of the leading free speech advocates in the United States. I'm, you know, in The Righteous Mind, my book on politics, I really tried to make sense of conservatives, progressives, and libertarians. I have a lot of friends who are libertarians, very sensitive to those concerns, and those are concerns of everybody. And what Meta is trying to, or what some people are trying to promote, is the idea that those of us who want an age limit, what we really want is a papers, please internet. Oh, you can't go to this site until you show me your papers. Like, no, that has nothing to do with it. This is not about regulating the internet. This is about age limits on a certain category of products that are harmful to children. It's very important that these methods preserve privacy. I think actually what Pornhub says it wants is actually pretty instructive here. So when 1 or 2 states in the US said you have to identify, Pornhub shut down in those states, but they had a big announcement saying, we don't want to have kids. We're fine keeping it to over 18, but we can't do it unless we get a signal from the device. And so if the device, well, we don't need to know who you are. We don't need to know your age. Just if the device we send a ping down, it says yes or no, over 18, under 18, that's it. And so that's one method. That's called device-based verification. The privacy risks, 0.0. Zero. There's no privacy risk. Pornhub knows nothing about you, just that the device you're on is one that seems to be for a person over 18. And so especially since most of us parents, we set up the phone, we set up the computer for the kid, we put in the Apple ID if you're on Apple. If we set an accurate age, then we can actually be confident that sites like Pornhub or Snapchat will not be able to serve my child. So that totally respects parental choice, parental rights, and is 100% privacy preserving. So now that there's a market for companies that can do age authentication, we're going to get the normal process of innovation in a free market society, which is companies are going to struggle and fight and innovate. We're faster and more privacy preserving than them. No more this Yoti face stuff. There's all kinds of methods that involve blockchain or networks of people who vouch for you. I mean, humans are creative, and Silicon Valley is more creative than anybody. So there are a lot of solutions to this that are 100% privacy preserving.
I think that was really, I had not thought of that. I mean, the hardware solution. You seem, you're broadly behind. I mean, Australia's doing a good job. It's work in progress is what I'm hearing from you. The other country that's obviously come out a lot on this is China. They have very strong rules, hard limits. They basically, as I understand it, you're not allowed on a certain ages. There's very strong limits. They turn it off at a certain time of night, etc.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that? I mean, different society, how's it working? Are they going to create, are their kids going to be so much better than ours because they are so much more time limited?
Yeah. So I keep coming back to something that my friend Tristan Harris said. He's the founder of the Center for Humane Technology. He said something to the effect of, these technologies are making authoritarians better authoritarians. China can do stuff that Mao Zedong could never have dreamed of in terms of controlling the population. And these technologies are making democracies worse democracies. We can't tell what's true. We can't do normal policy discussions. It's messing us up. Same thing is happening to our kids. The people who made this technology don't let their kids use it, whereas they want our kids to use it. And China doesn't let its kids use it, or rather I should say it puts all kinds of restrictions. And then they make TikTok, which is full of garbage for our kids. So yes, these technologies are messing up our politics and our children. And it's not just the depression and the anxiety, it's the difficulty of paying attention. What will we be as Western society if there are no more books, if nobody reads a book anymore? Brains don't get formed. Deep thinking doesn't happen when all you do is swipe from the age of 9 through the time you die. So yes, I'm extremely alarmed for the future of liberal democracies because we have great constraints on what our governments can do. And that's kind of the founding idea of Anglo-liberal democracies. But by the same token, we need to, as democratic societies, we need to figure out ways of working. We can't just have a top-down government decree, this is what happens. We have to have civil society, grassroots, parents groups, kids groups. Gen Z groups are getting really active now. They're saying, help us, we don't like this. So this is the big test for us. And if we can't pass this test on social media, where we overwhelmingly agree, and it's completely bipartisan, and it doesn't cost anything, and we can do it, if we can't get this done, then let's just give up on AI, because there's no way we're going to make progress on that.
I mean, so that was where I was going to go next. Social media is one thing. AI transforming the way we live, we use it, kids, I mean, we use it at school, everyone uses it, but this relationship that people are developing with AI and the different directions in which that can lead you, how do we begin to think about managing that for the kids specifically, for all of us, but for the kids?
Well, I would start by reminding you of the movie The Incredibles. Raise your hand if you've seen The Incredibles. Everyone who has kids has seen The Incredibles. The family of superheroes, they fight this killer robot, and then the killer robot learns, and then they make another one, which is much bigger and more powerful. So it's taken us 15 or 20 years fighting this killer robot of social media, which has gotten more and more potent, more and more addictive, more and more destructive. But we're actually we're wrestling it. We're beginning to wrestle it. We're going to win. Okay. Now AI comes in 100 times more powerful, changes much faster. It took us 15 or 20 years to get anywhere on social media. If it takes us 5 or 10 years on AI, well, it's going to be a totally different animal in 5 or 10 years. So we have to speed it up. We can't just say, how about we let all our kids have AI sex partners? And let's wait until the scientists figure out if that's bad for them. And that will take 20 years, because it always takes us 20 years to settle anything about media psychology. Does television violence produce violence? We're still not sure, okay? So I don't think our normal systems of waiting until it's proven that a company is causing harm to take action, which takes another 10 or 20 years, I don't think that's going to work for us. And when it comes to kids, we have to be much more protective. So AI relationships, I think that's a pretty clear line. Even character AI, which had, they had a number of induced suicides for their products, they went ahead and said you have to be 18 to use our product. So I'm not saying that you have to be 18 to use ChatGPT, but of course you can turn ChatGPT into a sex partner if you want. You just have to be clever with prompting, but you can find out how to do that. So we have to put pressure on these companies to at least hold back on the sex for children. Can they at least do that? And then anything which is explicitly for sex, how about no? How about just an 18-year limit? So that's the easy place to start with AI, is the sexual relationships, and then relationships more broadly. There's every reason to think that if children are trained on human relationships with a sycophantic chatbot that is never annoyed at them, that these children are going to be insufferable to employ or to be parents of.
industry. I won't say anything whether that's true on my kids, but no, but what do you think? So there is the sexual relation piece with the AI chatbots, but there is also, and we had a terrible school shooting in Canada, and it transpired that the perpetrator had been talking to ChatGPT about their plans, had not been reported. Is it, I mean, what's it gonna take for these companies? You know, they say they have to protect privacy. They're not going to share this. What's it going to take to get to a place that they are behaving in a way that society believes is reasonable?
Yeah. Well, so here, when we're talking about the behavior of companies, then I think incentives is most of the game. And in the US, what we did with social media was we said, how about if you can do anything you want to anyone and no one can sue you? How about that? We said, because we want the internet to grow. And so that was Section 230. And until February of this year, none of these companies had ever faced a jury. None of them had ever been held liable. The thousands of deaths, the millions of kids who have been damaged until just a few months ago. I think this is going to change their behavior. I think this is the first. I mean, if you say, hey, guess what? You no longer have a perfect shield against hurting people. You actually might be held responsible. And so I think we have to look into this for AI. Now, I don't know what strict liability would look like. I'm not, is it the case that if anybody uses ChatGPT to plan a crime, that Sam Altman or the company is liable? I don't know, but we have to be thinking along those lines that these companies are creating products, and their incentive is to not lose to the other companies. That's what they're focused on. That's what everything rides on. And while social media companies had to pay back tens or hundreds of millions to their investors, these companies have to pay back hundreds of billions. And so they just don't want to lose. They don't care who they crush along the way. It's going to be years before any lawsuits have to be paid out. So I think in the US, we seem to be incapable of reining them in. Well, no, we just had that first victory finally. But I would look to other countries like Canada to pass laws that make it easier for individuals or organizations or the government to sue for damages. Because these things, yes, they're going to do all kinds of good things, but along the way, they're going to be making bioterrorist weapons for anyone who wants them. I mean, it's crazy what's about to happen. And until there's some liability, they're just going to say, go ahead, take it.
So I'm going to ask my last question, and then there will be mics in the audience, and hopefully I can't see very well, so hopefully you can organize it. But so my last question is about the kids themselves. Do you feel like the kids are allies in this fight? And what's happening? You've described what's happened in a pretty much unregulated environment. These kids are coming through now into their 20s, et cetera, et cetera. What effect is that? What long-term effect is that having on them and on society?
Yeah. So older Gen Z, they're the ones who went through puberty on Instagram. And that's why the girls were hurt more than the boys. Older Gen Z is actually really jumping into this. They're forming all kinds of organizations. They're trying to meet up in real life. They recognize you only get one childhood, and their childhood was taken from them. They spent it scrolling. They missed it. They've all seen movies that took place in high schools in the 80s and 90s. They know that there used to be a fun childhood, and they didn't get it. So older Gen Z is actually pretty much on our side, and the surveys show that. Surveys, they strongly support an age limit of 16. Now, the 14 and 15-year-olds, no. If you poll them, the majority say don't put an age limit, but actually a lot, but a lot say do put an age limit because they feel trapped. My students say the same thing. I say, why don't you get off TikTok? You say it's ruining your attention. Well, I can't because everyone else is on it. I want to know what they're saying. I don't want to be left out. So when the book came out, it was really parents were the main people I was talking to and teachers. And now it's actually a lot of the older Gen Z. Younger Gen Z, they went through puberty on TikTok, so it's a different set of issues. And there, I think it's the attentional destruction is bigger than the depression. Mental health is still huge, a huge cost, but the damage, the ability to pay attention, the loss of reading books, all these things, I think in the long run are going to be even more serious. We have a very, very serious situation. But here's the thing. Wherever you look, almost everyone's supportive. And actually, if I can just add one thing I want to be sure to say to this audience before we go to questions, which is the politics of this. So I've already told you that it's been bipartisan wherever we look. And when I've been outside the U.S., I was in Brussels, I was in Davos. Whenever I talk to people about policies and putting an age limit, they almost always say, well, but if we do this, won't Donald Trump raise tariff? Won't he punish us? Because he and Vance are gonna defend American companies. But here's the thing: what the right is incensed about, and this is something that progressive policymakers need to really keep in mind. What the right is incensed about is that they feel that the government and the tech companies colluded to shut down their speech during COVID and other things. And there's some truth to that. So they're not entirely wrong. They are totally focused on government regulation that has anything to do with content and who gets to say what and what hate speech, what can you not say. If legislation is going to do that, then you are going to have some strong opposition on the right, okay? But what we're all talking about in the reform movement is design changes, not content moderation. Design changes like an age limit, like limits on what algorithms can do, like limitations on notifications to children. Also, there's so much we can do that are completely politically neutral, language neutral. They work around the world. So focus on design changes. And one further thing, there are actually some really reassuring signs from within the Trump sort of orbit that a lot of people there actually care about this issue, about kids. So the only piece of legislation we ever passed was the Take It Down Act about non-consensual porn, and that was Melania Trump was behind that. And Donald Trump Jr. tweeted support of COSA, the Kids Online Safety Act. So, if you just be wary about, I'm not saying never do content moderation. Of course, there are sometimes, CSAM, there are certain things that happen, but focus on design changes, and it's incredibly politically popular, and you won't face that opposition.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a question. So we're going to try and keep these questions nice and short so we get lots of them in. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Diana Fox-Kearney. Thank you for this occasion. Mr. Jonathan, my name is Bienvenue Olivier. I'm MP4. I'm a member of Parliament of Canada from Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Mr. Kearney, just one question for you. How can democracies reduce social division without stop freedom of speech?
How can what? I'm sorry, how can we stop division without compromising freedom of speech? Was that it? So the automatic thing that people think about is, well, these platforms are spreading hate, let's stop hate, okay? And that means you're saying who can say what. And so, yes, there is sometimes a tension between freedom of speech and the needs of democracy. But I think about it like this. Noah Yuval Harari, Yuval Noah Harari, says, democracy is a conversation. When that conversation was among the men of Athens in the Agora, it was one kind of democracy, direct democracy. And when it was among men with writing pamphlets in the 18th century that were long argued, that was a different kind of democracy. And in the 20th century, it was a different kind of democracy and we had really good media and bad media too, but we had really good media and editors and quality control, and we had good discussion. And what happened after 2010 or so is that the conversation moved on to Twitter, which is like moving the democracy conversation into the Roman Colosseum, where the people are there to see blood. That's why they're there, and that's what gets reinforced is blood, violence. So if we keep our eye on that, what is the nature of our democratic discussion? And if it stays in Twitter, then I think we're going to lose catastrophically to China. But if we can think about how to improve democratic discussion, then we get the great strengths of democracy, the vitality, the creativity, which is what have led our countries to create the greatest civilizations, the greatest environments for human flourishing that have ever been created. So we have a lot of strengths in democratic nations, and we're kind of losing touch with them. We've got to focus on that. What kind of conversation can we have? And design changes can greatly improve that.
Okay.
Hi.
Desiree.
Yeah, just a coincidence that we're sitting next to each other. But thank you so much for this important conversation as a mother of 3 boys, but also as a legislator. in Quebec's National Assembly. And I just wanted to recommend to you that a year ago, almost to the day, Quebec had a multi-party, all four parties, commission report with 56 recommendations that addressed all four norms that you're talking about, and way beyond, and immediately started with a ban of cell phones in schools.
All right.
All day, everywhere in the school. Social media, a number of recommendations also around alternative infrastructure. The dropout rate among boys in Quebec is 17%. So I think my question to you, and you talk about not having the science or the data to back up because there's this huge 20-year lag, is could the precautionary principle that is invoked in many environmental and other policies, could that be a way around it? And then the second piece is the ingenuity gap among young people, where historically we've been able to keep up with the problems we're creating through ingenuity, but now we're reducing the ingenuity of the next generation while increasing the scale, speed, and scope of the problems that we're creating. So precautionary principle, ingenuity, back,
No,
have
absolutely.
at it.
Thank you. I think the precautionary principle is right. The debate that I've been in with a number of academics uses the opposite of that. When you're reviewing for a journal in the sciences, you go with beyond a reasonable doubt. It's like in a criminal case. You're not going to convict someone if it just looks like he probably did it. Like, no, it has to be really strong. So that's what we do in the sciences. You have a very high evidentiary standard. And so some of my critics say, well, we need to have that standard. Like, how can we put an age limit on social media until we're sure that it's hurting kids? That's the wrong standard. At very least, we should be using the standard of a civil trial, which is preponderance of the evidence. Is it more likely that kids scrolling online for 8 hours a day are not doing as well, or less likely? I mean, from what we've seen, it's probably the case, even if we're not 100% certain. So I've been advocating, at least when we talk about evidence, let's just use the preponderance of the evidence. But you're right that parents don't want to use the preponderance of you don't say, my kid's been taking this vitamin. Some evidence says it's fatal. Some says it's not. I don't know. I'll wait until, no, like if there's a credible reason to think this might be dangerous, we should not be giving this to kids. So yes, I think the precautionary principle should, from here on in, given now that we know all the harms of social media and tech on kids especially, I think the precautionary principle should be the rule. Now, of course, the precautionary principle can be taken too far when the precautions are costly. You can be doing all kinds of things with all kinds of bad effects, and maybe you were wrong. But when what we're doing is not costly, like, well, how about if we don't give our kids smartphones until 14? How about if we only give them flip phones? Like, what's the bad thing that would happen? Nothing. So we have to always keep our eye on the costs and the benefits, but especially when the costs of action are pretty low, and there's at least a reasonable chance that will help kids, yes, I think that's the way to go. Thank you let's put that term on the table. A lot of legislators here, the precautionary principle, especially for kids. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm Taylor Owen. I'm a professor at McGill, and I work on online safety policy. As the minister mentioned at the beginning, we're late to this conversation in Canada. One of the things we know from the implementation of these policies around the world is that a requirement is a strong, independent regulator who can mandate the kind of design changes that you're talking about. So how important is it, I guess, that we also do that if we're considering a ban?
Yeah.
And in some ways, a ban is a different principle. It assumes they can never be made safe. So I guess, are you open to the idea that if we have a strong regulator, one, how should that be designed? And two, would you be open to lifting a ban if companies can show that they're safe? And is that sort of an escape valve we can build into this responsible regulator?
Well, that's a good question about bans, but I'm not talking about a ban. I'm talking about an age limit for signing up for a service and giving away your data.
Well, even for that too.
Okay, yeah, for that, yeah. So yes, you need a regulator. And here, I assume most people here either read or know of the book Abundance. A real challenge for the left, a real challenge for progressives, if you're the party that thinks government can and should be taking care of these problems, then you damn well better have governments that are able to respond relatively quickly. And in the United States, we don't. We absolutely don't. And I've been really impressed, like what little I know about Scandinavia is they do. And so it is possible to respond. Yes, you need a regulator. How long is that going to take you? 10 years, 20 years? How about 1 year? There's a lot of expertise you can draw from. So I think this is a clarion call for liberal democracies. And within liberal democracies, I'd say it's especially incumbent on progressives to get this right, move quickly. You know, what I loved about Obama's presidency and Clinton's presidency was they consulted science and researchers. I mean, they had policy-based, you know, evidence-based research. So yeah, you're going to have to get moving, but it can be done.
One last question there.
Hi, thank you. Hapt Moede Hoop, MP in the Netherlands, the youngest for 5 years now. And there's something I'm struggling with on political messaging on social media. Because you see, it's very effective. Obama, his first presidency, he won it also with using Facebook for his political message. Is it for you okay in the meantime, when there is no legislation, for progressive politicians to use TikTok, Instagram still for political messaging? Because in the other way, the far-right parties use it in an effective way. So how principled are you in this, and can you help me with my struggle?
Yeah, very, very easy. These platforms are incredibly toxic for children. They're incredibly powerful tools for adults. They're badly designed. They end up hurting us in democracy along the way. But as long as they're there, there's no reason why you shouldn't use it as a tool. So every time I take a picture or I post something on Twitter, people say, oh, you're using Twitter. Like, well, yeah, I mean, I need to act in the world. And for now, this is what we do. So I completely give you my blessing. You may use it for as long as, you know, use it to push also for reforms that will make it better. But there's no moral problem in using these things. Now, of course, there's all the old problems of demagoguery, which go back to ancient Athens. If you're using it just to inflame, well, then, yeah, you are using it irresponsibly. But that was true about all kinds of media. My book, The Righteous Mind, was all about how you got to speak to the elephant first, speak to the intuitions. You have to have some emotional or affective or intuitive component, but then you got to also give reasons and arguments and evidence. And you can do that. You can do that on TikTok even. It's harder than longer form. So yeah, I mean, democracy is messy. The tools are imperfect, but as long as they're there, there's no problem with you using them, I would say. Thank you.
Well, thanks everyone for your fabulous questions. Thank you most of all, Jonathan, for the work that you've been doing and for being here today. It's great to talk about it. I mean, it's a very difficult subject, but it's great to talk about one where there is a bipartisan consensus. And let's get to action, I guess, is the point.
Let's get to action. Thank you, Diana.
Thank you.
Thank you again to Jonathan and Diana for inspiring us and pushing us to turn anxiety into action. Now we're going from anxiety to opportunity. Our next session explores how digital transformation has the capacity to reshape economies and democracies, and how leaders must center accountability and sovereignty within inside of that conversation. So I'm very welcome up on stage to invite party leader and member of the Parliament, Antti Lindtman. And I'm just going to say for a fact that if you're looking at the polls in Finland, which has election in April 2027, you will see that Mr. Antti Lindtman is very much in the lead on that one. Next to Antti Lindtman, we will have Minister Evan Solomon, who is leading the fight here in Canada regarding AI and digital transformation, and a member of the European Parliament, Alexandra Gese. And to moderate us, we have the excellent Roberta Braga, who is Executive Director for Digital Democracy Institute of the Americas. And to kick us off in a few introductory remarks, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Chair of the Board of the Center for American Progress, Mr. John Podesta. Please give all of them a warm applause as they're stepping up on the stage.
Okay, folks, I'm the segue
between predation and opportunity. You're about to hear from a great panel on the opportunities of harnessing the new digital technologies for the public good while reducing the threats to democracy, to individual autonomy, and to privacy, including children's privacy, as we've just heard. Inspired by seeing my former boss last night, I wanted to give some perspective on the challenges ahead. While I was serving in the White House, President Obama asked me to review the effects of big data, the precursor to AI, the growing technological ability to capture, to aggregate, and process an ever greater volume, velocity, and variety of data. Working with a number of cabinet colleagues, we issued a well-received report titled Big Data, Seizing Opportunities, Preserving Values, 12 years ago this month. That report made recommendations for a new Consumer Privacy Bill of Rights, data protection, expanded privacy protection, including to non-US persons, anti-discrimination protection, and more. While some of those protections were put in place by executive action, where we needed congressional action, exactly zero was enacted. Even what seemed like a no-brainer at the time, and certainly in light of what we just heard on in the last segment, the legislation to update and strengthen the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, a law that passed in 1998, a month after Google was formed, and 6 years before Facebook launched, even that languished for these last 12 years. It's still being considered by the Congress. That's not just a story about the lack of functionality and productivity of the US Congress, but really a story of the power and resources that the tech platforms expend to avoid the most reasonable, as President Obama put it last night, light touch controls. With the explosion of AI, we face yet another challenge, which is how will we power the explosive growth of electricity demand, which the IEA, the International Energy Agency, estimates will be 500 terawatts of demand annually by 2030. Will it be with clean energy or with dirty fossil fuels, which would doom our chance to build a net zero world? The American people, who have growing concerns about the environmental impact of AI on our air and water, have a clear view on this. And I think it's the view of people around the rest of the world as well. They're worried about their bills in their communities. They want the platforms to pay their fair share of expanding generation and the grid, and they want the power to be clean. When asked whether data centers should be built in their communities, American voters said yes, 53 to 28, if powered by clean energy, and no by 31 to 47, if powered by coal and gas. The question remains, can the political system put reasonable demands on the hyperscalers and other big data users to pay their fair share, to build clean, and to act responsibly, or can they buy their way to an unconstrained future? With that, I will turn things over to Roberta Braga and look forward to this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Roberta Braga, and I couldn't be happier to be here tonight talking with three leaders at the forefront of governing on one of the toughest issues of our time. And I feel like something that the societies across our countries really care deeply about. At DDIA, we do a lot of social listening and public opinion research. And when we first did polling around AI in 2024, we found that even though only 20% of the survey respondents that we talked to were using AI, over 68% of them were both incredibly worried about AI's impact on their jobs and livelihoods. They thought AI would take their jobs away from them. They were also feeling that it was urgently needed that AI be regulated. Even when they themselves didn't understand AI, or really think about AI as having an impact on elections, for example, they absolutely thought it would have an impact on their lives. So I am really happy. Thank you all for your time, for everything that you're doing. MEP Gazy, I'm going to start with you because you heard what President Obama said last night. I think he talked extensively about digital transformation and information integrity, and you've really been at the forefront of helping to build a healthier information ecosystem for Europeans. You were a key negotiator of the DSA, and so you spent a long time thinking about these issues, and I'm curious if you can, from a very 10,000-foot level, kind of tell us a little bit about what you think a progressive strategy that's also credible looks like for holding big tech to account, and what lessons do you think from national politics are exportable to the EU level?
Well, thank you. Thanks a lot for the question, and thanks a lot for having me. I was very encouraged by the words of President Obama last night addressing that, and I'll go back to that later. I think what progressive parties can do is, first of all, look at AI and the tech stack in terms of power. That is a power infrastructure. It's not about the technology that can be used for very good uses like research in medicine, for example, or to prevent climate change, but the way it is being is not serving the people. It is accruing wealth and power to an extremely tiny majority. And that comes on top of all the suffering that we have been discussing today. The issue of affordability is not going to get better when 99% of the increase in GDP and the revenue goes to 1% or 0.1% of the population, first of all. This economic power translates into political power. We experience that right now in the European Union. We worked on digital legislation, which I think is still good legislation. For example, the Digital Services Act. We are actually not meaningfully implementing it because of the asymmetrical threats coming from the current US administration. That says, if you enforce your own legislation, we will increase the tariffs. We will, might withdraw troops from NATO or act in Ukraine in ways that you might not like. And this is taking the power from the people away. And we are experiencing a very interesting phenomenon that we have supermajorities among our citizens for a number of measures in tech regulation, among them online safety for kids, which we just discussed, sexualized images, and other kinds of regulation, but a part or a significant part of our elites are captured because the only people they ever talk to are the CEOs of the tech companies and their heads of public affairs. So what can we do against that as progressive parties? We all know in politics, the policy follows the politics, and the politics follows needs a narrative. So let's look at what we actually want to do. I think part of the problem we have in Europe and also here that we discuss a lot of the details of regulation, and people out there don't really care. It's too complicated. So what is the big narrative that we can all agree on that we might then implement in regulations a little bit differently around the world? One is online safety for kids. And I think that has been a narrative that has been very, very successful, even if it's not fully implemented, but we're all discussing it. And I think 80–90% of the population and also of the elites who have the political power agree that we have to do something. On sexualized images, it took a long time, but now Europe is banning this. And I think we will set a global standard. And that's not a partisan issue. That is also important for people who are more conservative than we might be. And I think the next narrative that we need to set is to save our democracy. And what is really threatening, and therefore the power to take decisions and enforce them in a way that allows us to talk to each other, to find compromise. And that is being threatened by the principle that President Obama named last night of engagement. Engagement-based ranking is the technical term, which basically means on social media, you get visibility if you elicit rage, outrage, and any kind of negative emotions in people. that pushes radicalization, polarization, extremism. It automatically incentivizes the creation of extremist, violent, and hateful content. And in politics, that translates into a lot of power and visibility for extremist parties, in particular on the far right. I think that is the next narrative we need to tackle, and not through content moderation, absolutely not through content moderation, but through design changes. And that is getting rid of engagement-based ranking. This is not something that is God-given or it's intrinsic in the technology. It's a precise design decision taken by the tech companies that at a certain point will translate to AI in other ways, together with the targeting. And that is something that we can change very easily by giving the choice back to the people, give the choice back to citizens, to users, what they want to see online. There's a number of ways to do that, to build algorithms differently, to give people choice, to choose their content differently. That will set completely different incentives for content creation, and that would really help democracy. And that is the narrative that I would like us to see discussing as progressive parties, and not only.
I will definitely pick up on the narrative piece again in a second. And for those of you who were in the conversation that we had yesterday around kids' online safety, you probably heard me talk about Brazil and Brazil's experience, and how important it is to bring communities into the conversation, because Brazil's digital ECA, which just passed in March and is now tentatively starting implementation phases, was actually pushed forward when a YouTube influencer published an hour-long video exposing the adultification of children online. And Brazilians across the country sort of rebelled against that idea and forced Congress's hand, and then they picked up the issues and moved it forward. So I'll come back to that point in a second. Minister Solomon, I wanted to go to you next. I know that Canada was one of the first countries to put out a comprehensive AI strategy in 2017, and that a revamp to that strategy is upcoming. I was told people might laugh at that. Apparently, it's been discussed widely. But I know that you've talked a lot about Canada's AI strategy sort of changing from the vertical to the horizontal. And I wondered if you could expand on what that means, what governing horizontally through transformation means, and how that then can permeate across the economy.
Great. First of all, great to be here. Great question. Briefly, let me just pose where we're, as progressive people, I always like to position where are we on the framework between what I call the pom-poms and the pitchforks, the tech bros who are the pom-poms, AI is going to save the world, we better adopt it, unconstrained, we need it, and the pitchforks, stop building data centers, it's terrible. We are not team pom-pom and we are not team pitchfork. We are pragmatists. We are going to be open to the opportunities of new technology, but very candid about the concerns. And our strategy is going to be about making sure that the upside opportunities of new technologies that can bring to life sciences, government services, productivity, competitiveness, we get. There's no upside to being non-competitive, but we also will not do it at the expense of our values, of our environment, of our children. So you asked about the horizontal and vertical axis. Look, there are two things we all have to do as middle powers. One, we have to build up our pure play AI and quantum strategies. And this starts from the whole stack. And this gets to the larger narrative, which is the most important policy challenge we all have, first and foremost, which is control. The most challenging policy for all of us is, what does sovereign technology mean? And how do we interact with our trade partners? And what does sovereignty mean? And when you're building the vertical access, your energy systems and how you're doing that, closed loop water, heat reuse, so the electrical grid, the data centers and how they're going to be used, who's involved, is it being downloaded on the ratepayer? All those core questions that we probably don't have time in 22 minutes and 48 seconds to get to, but we know what they are. All the way up to a skilled workforce. So one is sovereign AI. Our position, we are principal strategy tactics. Our principle is pro-worker, industrial AI that is sovereign for all. Okay, that's how we think. AI for all, an element of sovereignty, and I'll explain that, but pro-worker. So when we're building that stack, those are our values. And that's really important. We need to have, when we say sovereign, we mean here in Canada, the most sensitive Canadian data and privacy is under Canadian law and not subject to the coercion of others, because our citizens expect that. And we need the capacity to do that, cloud, all those things. So we got to invest in that and build in that. Again, it doesn't mean solitude. Sovereignty is not solitude. It means partnership. And so that's part of it. The horizontal is what's happened around the last year, where you've seen healthcare, agriculture, governance, defense, whatever sector, AI now overlaps in all those sectors. How does it overlap? Where are the vectors? And that cross-cutting is where you're going to see the macroeconomic growth. You will not see the benefit of AI from a progressive point of view on a macro level if it's just a bunch of tech companies that have it and the big large language model companies. You're going to see the growth on the adoption side, but that's the challenge. How do you get mass adoption? So you're going to need three things for us. So the buckets for us on the adoption are build, empower, protect. Our strategy, we have to build that sovereign pro-worker. When I say pro-worker, we will be striking, and I just met with labor leaders, an AI labor advisory group. You got to bring them in. AI arts advisory group. We got to bring our culture sector in because that protects our sovereignty. You've got to bring all the sectors in to make sure they're included in there. That's important. So you're going to build, and you have to invest in your champions. I will just say quickly, Germany, we have struck a sovereign technology alliance with Germany. Canada's large language model company Cohere partnered with Aleph Alpha Germany's. Why? So we can create an option for governments around the world so they don't have to choose between a hegemon and a hyperscaler. They have options, sovereign option. Doesn't mean we're not going to use other players, and there's lots of room, but we need options under control. This is why the Sovereign Technology Alliance is important. So we're going to have a build to build our scale, our champions, and build. Then you're going to have an empower. That means we've got to invest in skills and worker training. We need a literate and working. If you don't have that, we need that for the future, because that's going to be vital. As any technology creates disruptions, we need an educated workforce. Education is the passport. Skills are the visa. You will need visas to change skills, but number one, you need the education. And finally, trust, the protect pillar. We say often technology moves at the speed of innovation, society moves at the speed of trust. Canada, we have a low trust right now, to be candid. We have low rates of adoption, the lowest in the OECD, 12%, over 80% in places like South Korea. So how do you build trust? One, we have a whole of government approach here. And then I'll end. You saw we have a piece of legislation criminalizing right now the non-consensual sharing of sexualized imagery. That's been tabled by the Justice Minister. I'm in charge of modernizing our privacy legislation. What will be in it, I can't say, but let me tell you what we're looking closely at. Consumers having the right to deletion, so they have power over deepfakes. Algorithmic transparency around automated decision systems. So when you get a mortgage or a hire, people will have that. How to treat children's information sensitively. Algorithmic pricing and how data is being used for that, quote, surveillance pricing. And then we've got the online harms element that Mark Miller, my colleague who spoke about here, I won't reiterate, there's that element. That's a whole of government approach, and that's the protect. The protect last element is protecting Canadians' data and privacy. Okay, sovereign data centers, that's very important under Canadian law. So that build, empower, protect under pro-worker, industrial, sovereign, AI for all as a kind of principle is how we build the vertical stack that gives us control. But as we ensure the adoption, and we want to encourage adoption to make sure that it enhances workers, serves people, is transparent, and is equitable across our economy. Those are the challenges of AI for all.
I will pick up on the threads of trust and uncertainty in a little bit toward the end of our conversation, because I feel like that's one of the biggest challenges of our time. We talk about online harms. Sometimes we talk a lot in the context of belief, people believing falsehoods or misleading information. But what we've found at DDIA is actually that uncertainty, over 66% of people we talk to, for them, uncertainty is the problem. They can't differentiate between what is and isn't true. And when it comes to AI, people tell us that while they're pretty comfortable using it for search, in their feeds, when they're passively scrolling through TikTok or Instagram, which many people do first thing in the morning when they wake up, they can usually tell when something is AI generated, but they don't know for sure what to do with that. And they feel like the AI generated content is ruining their experience and their ability to connect with one another. But they don't quite, again, know where to put those worries. So I'll get back to that in a second. We talked a lot about jobs. Leader Lindman, I wanted to follow up with you on that because Finland has built its prosperity on a social contract with its citizens. I wanted to ask you, what concrete policies should governments put in place to ensure that the costs of this digital transformation, the AI, don't fall on the working people and especially on the younger generations, which I know we've talked a lot about in other sessions?
Thank you for the question and really nice to be here. I'm a Finn, but and we have a really in many fields really big contest with the Swedes, but because we are a little bit better in the hockey, I can quote Swedish former Prime Minister, not Magdalena, but Stefan Löfven, who is also current best president right now. And he put it quite well if we look at that little bit bigger picture of the technological revolutions. When he was a trade union leader and visited in facility, and he was asked that, aren't you afraid the new technology that will take out of the jobs? Do you know what he replied? He's more afraid of old technology, because in the end, if you're stuck in the old technology, you will lose quite a lot, eventually also the jobs. So I think that kind of reflects the Nordic attitude towards also this technological revolution where we are right now. And I think the answer is, in a way, Nordic social democratic model. Minister said that first of all, it's really important that the voice of labor carries weight. In Finland, we have Finland's Cooperation Act that requires in big changes all the time negotiation whenever work is reorganized. And then the second is, I think this is the most important, is the right to learn. And we have a now conservative government and have been there 3 years, and we have seen the pace of this technological revolution. And you know what their answer was? To take out of the right to continuous learning and those benefits that labor force could use them. So I think the best insurance is high quality education. And then when it comes to young people, we need a youth guarantee updated to AI age. And then obviously the fourth is that we have to take a look of the taxations. We need to put more taxation also to the capital, not only to the labor force. But I've been in parliament 15 years. Most of the time I've been in Future Committee. Finland was the first country that made the Future Committee in Finland. And if I learned one thing, it's this: we tend to overestimate the impact of new disruption technologies in the short term, but tend to underestimate it in a long term. So of course the pace of the change and the revolution in the AI is really fast. But I think if you think of internet, we thought that it would change everything overnight, but it didn't. But in the long term, if you look now, 30 years back, it has changed a lot. So I think I'm positive here. I see that if we support people, put technology work to the people, not the other way around, it's possibility that we can maintain the welfare state and come those advantages that we, if we act smart, we can find progressive solutions and a better future here.
Minister Solomon, I wanted to go back to on a related question, and MEP Gaze, I'll also go to you right afterward. But because we know that cost of living, inflation, the economic growth is often the #1 voting issue, at least for a lot of voters in the United States. We're about to see that play out in the midterm elections. I wanted to kind of piggyback on what Leader Littman said and ask you this question around, because Canada, the Liberal Party has tax credits for businesses that adopt AI projects, with the caveat being that those businesses need to be creating jobs. And so I'm curious how you ensure AI adoptions generating employment growth and prosperity rather than, for example, subsidizing automation.
So the larger question of how do we make sure this is a job creator? To the framing, there has never been in history a technology shift that has not created more jobs than it has taken away. But this is a different thing. This is the first time we've seen white collar jobs be taken than blue collar. There's no good modeling on that. I'll give you an example. If you took a plant closes, which we sadly have seen, and in a small town, a pulp and paper mill, where do those work? They need another job. But the white collar work is white collar workers who are usually very highly educated, quite mobile. So we don't know what kind of jobs they're going to recreate. Economists they have good models of what could be taken away. They have very bad models of what will be created. That's why 25 years ago, there's no models saying the biggest companies in the world were going to be like NVIDIA or Shopify. They just didn't. They were banks and they were car companies and they were oil companies, but things change. So that doesn't mean that concerns about job creation aren't real. They are very real. And this is why I agree wholeheartedly. Education and investing in skills is really important. But you must invest in innovation. We have a program now called the Compute Access Fund, which is where SMEs, small, medium-sized companies, get subsidized either 50 cents to 67 cents on the dollar if they use a Canadian company. So they adopt compute. It's the first time we've done a public compute access. We opened it up in July. My department said, well, we expect a couple hundred. We were overwhelmed within a week. We were 3 or 4x the number that we could support. And what did that tell us? This is good information. Our economy is compute hungry, innovation hungry, that SMEs are buying compute, but they are desperate for more. This is a very strong signal that our country needs, that SMEs are telling us we need access to compute. Experts had told us that's not really that, it's not going to be massive. SMEs told us it is, because things are changing quickly. So first and foremost, we need to invest in the innovation. How do you make sure that the jobs are here? Well, there's lots of policy levers to make sure that companies stay here. I will say a challenge for Canada. We have had an issue where we have the best researchers and they start companies and, we plant the seed, we water the seed, we grow the plant and it gets harvested somewhere else. And why? Access to capital. So we have to make sure that they have access to capital so they can invest and stay here. But the world has shifted. The competitive advantages of an environment where you have competitive rates of tax, but public health care, good access to affordable education, welcoming environment for citizens. Our government, as an example, just put in our last budget a $1.7 billion talent attraction strategy to get 1,000 labs and 1,000 top scientists here to stay here and bring innovation here. But it matters in a world where we have a dramatic reshifting, and I always say this, simultaneous shifting of a political realignment that's happening, leading to new alliances between European, Scandinavian, Canadian. This is countries in every way, on defense, on technology, on environment. The move towards resilience as opposed to reliance, which means you have optionality, doesn't mean you cut out big trade partners like the US. You're going to still work with them. They're our biggest customer. But our resilience means we have options. And that's important. But you create an environment where people want to stay here because they're welcomed here. And those things have become competitive advantages, keeping talent, keeping IP. But you need to make sure, and this is why I often say, that balance between open to the opportunities to keep the workers here, to keep the innovation here, to keep people starting companies here, to keep foreign direct investment coming here for our workforce that's educated. This is the only option we have. If you don't get investment, and this is why our Prime Minister has made 20 new trade deals. This is why we've had more direct foreign investment in the last year than in the last 20 years, because we recognize that's the way to keep jobs here. But we do have to support innovation, but we need to make sure that the IP, the headquarters, and the workers stay here. And all these countries need the same. That's why new partnerships matter.
MEP Casey, I have one final question for you related to the topic of economic growth and jobs. And then I want to end with a conversation around how do leaders talk about these innovative next steps for communities and the way they feel bought in. My question for you is pulling on the thread kind of back into the platform regulation piece, because we've talked a lot about AI innovation, but social media and digital platforms are, for a lot of people around the world, especially in the region where I'm from in Latin America, a source of income. And for many people, their livelihoods, whether it's through gig work or the creative economy. How can progressives ensure that we're structuring platform regulation in a way that not only protects democracy and human rights, but also does so without cutting off opportunities for the people who might already have somewhat fewer options and really rely on these platforms?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I think we need better social media and better networks of that kind. And I think regulation can actually help to do that. I think on the gig economy, I'm a little bit skeptical because right now I feel the gig economy is being used just to destroy workers' rights, and it's making people poorer. You know, we're seeing jobs that previously were well paid or decently paid, and now through the gig economy, there's a fierce competition of everybody against everybody, and the only ones who profit are the people running the networks or the central management, basically, and it's making workers poorer. And it's increasing that sense of insecurity and uncertainty that people are feeling, and that's very damaging also in politics for us. So on the gig economy, I think I would tread very carefully there on defending that. It is true that I'm not super familiar with the situation, but for example, in India, through the India Stack, they managed to give taxi drivers a much higher share of every ride by developing a technology that's an alternative to Uber. And from what I'm told, every Indian taxi driver is using that app and is making more money than with Uber. So I think that is the way to go. If we have a gig economy, make sure that you have a good framework of rights. In Europe, we have been working on that and still are. At least have a basic floor of rights, and make sure workers have agency and encourage ways that workers can have agency and not having it just controlled by an algorithm and ultimately by people making huge profits. I think that is one thing. For example, people making money as influencers, something they complain about a lot in Europe is that the companies, the corporations, just very arbitrarily decide to take their accounts off, or change some mechanism. So it's happening now. There's a wave currently of censorship of Meta against certain Instagram accounts, for example, everything that's linked to women's rights, women's health, LGBTQ accounts, and not all of these, but some of these accounts are also accounts that provide income for their creators. So we do have actually regulation with the Digital Services Act that makes sure that the companies, that the corporation, that Meta in this case, is accountable towards these content creators, that there's transparency if their account is being cut off, whether that they have to prove very soon whether that is legal or illegal. And I think we really need a good framework of guarantees around that. But I think the most important thing is that the people working in these platforms in this economy have agency and can co-create what is happening, and that is very strong accountability and a basic floor of rights, because we all know that when people are not all in the same kind of factory and physically have the possibility to talk to each other, it is much more difficult to enforce workers' rights.
Absolutely. Minister, I know you want to weigh in. I'm going to add one quick question to your answer because we have 2 minutes left, which is a little bit about what we talked about before, which is taking into account your population's viewpoints and concerns. How do you ensure that everyday Canadian voices are heard and integrated into your AI strategies and policies? And then later, Littman, I'll have one quick question for you after that.
I mean, obviously, we've got to have advisory boards, and we've got to have widespread transparency, and we've got to have stakeholder adjustment. I just want to say one thing, because we're a room of progressives. I think we have to, this is the challenge for tech on a wider sort of macro level. We spend an enormous amount of time rightly talking about protecting citizens, protecting the environment, being inclusive. That's important. It is essential. It is table stakes, transparency, inclusive, and we're going to talk about, and we will all regulate. There's lots more coming, and we heard it. But progressives have to be able to build, okay? Like, let's be clear, progressives. We cannot have that old expression, the United States innovates, China copies, Europe regulates. Like, we have to do the right thing. We, as progressives, build in our own way, but we have to build. We cannot always be the stop sign. We have to be bold. This stuff is moving quickly. We cannot be passive. We have to do it the right way. And I would just say, speed. I mean, what I say is make haste slowly, right? The old festima lente, if you remember your Latin from the very first publisher. Make haste slowly. We got to move because the others are. But progressives have to be making sure that tools are in the hands of builders to build, create, and create companies. Do it safely, protect our children, protect our environment. Absolutely. But if we get the reputation as always saying no, as always being the stop sign, we will be the menu, not the diner, as the Prime Minister said. So the challenge to progressives is to build right, but build.
All right. I would leave it at that, but I do have one tough final question that I will force you to answer in 1 minute, because that's how much time we have left, which is, we talked a lot about distrust in institutions earlier, uncertainty and skepticism being a challenge that we face with our communities. How can we juggle laying out what we've defined as a politically credible offer for innovation to our societies, while also taking into consideration that many people have very high levels of distrust in institutions? I will let the other two also answer if they want, but I will prioritize.
Tell the truth, but at the same time encourage people. I think that is the only way. You have to be honest. You have to say that this is a big revolution. It will change a lot of things, but it's our job to make a change more safer than staying where you are. So I think that is also the key, because if we are those who say we didn't, when this movement was founded and the Industrial Revolution, this movement didn't try to stop it, but they went there, bargained it, and made the decisions and made the welfare state. I think that also works here in this AI and technological revolution.
We have 1 minute left, so do you both want to add 30 seconds?
Same question?
Yes.
Well, get rid of engagement-based ranking that just promotes conspiracy theories and extremism, and let people discuss wherever they want to be without pushing them to the extremes. and build a stronger democracy. I really like the remarks of Pete Buttigieg this morning, find different ways to have people deliberate, decide, create, also at a local level, at a regional level, give people agency. I think this is what we really need to do. Like one little remark on just what the minister said, I really strongly encourage that as well. I'm one of the founders of the Eurostack, and I would like it to be a global open stack where everybody can chime in with a strong antitrust system in order to make small and medium enterprises stronger, to make sure everybody can build together. I think that is really important. And don't fall into the trap that everybody will tell you, oh yeah, that ship has sailed. The Seven Magnificent, they're controlling the world. There's nothing you can do. You have to live with that and you just have to adapt. No, these are technologies that are changing so quickly that there will be one window after another for really significant change. But we have to take it seriously, and we have to build, and we have to create a progressive vision of what we want the future to be, technology-wise and society-wise. That's our job, and we will be able to implement that if we really believe it.
My 10 seconds is prove it. The challenge to progressives, to small L liberals, is to people who are disenfranchised and turning to populist right-wing movements because they think when they ask us for something, they get a lecture, not a house. Not an affordable house. They get a lecture, not a good service at the hospital. They get a lecture and not a safe AI. We got to prove it. Progressives are in the prove it business now. We know the vision. We know that we can build good things. This is possible. It is possible to build good tech. It is possible to be inclusive. It is possible. We have to prove it, or the citizens, will go to places where there's better service at the expense of their rights. We will lose, the less fortunate will be disenfranchised, and the 1% will take over. Our challenge is to, can we build the vision? Prove it. We are in the prove it phase. This got, for us in Canada, our goal, can you be a progressive and a liberal and really build this and build the goods and serve citizens all over? If we don't do it, it is no surprise that populists will come and say, these guys are all talk, no action. Come with us. It is on us to build. We know the answers. We need to prove it.
Mic drop. I have nothing else to add. Thank you all so much for your time.
Hello, everyone. I came out from behind the stage because our next panel is so very important. After a day of ideas, solutions, and strategies, we end the day with one of the most important questions facing the world. How do we ensure that leadership and power are not just foundational, but synonymous with functioning and delivering democracy everywhere? At a time of global democratic backsliding and deep global political divide, the call to return people-focused power to the social contract is urgent and existential. Our panelists are leaders who are here to talk about just that. Please help me welcome to the stage David Coriani, CEO of Action for Democracy, Italian MP and party leader Elly Schlein, Wolfgang Schmidt, former minister and head of Chancellor's Office from Germany, and John Feiner, senior fellow at CAP and former U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Great to be here with you. Maybe less great to be between you all and the Canadian Prime Minister, and maybe even your departures. So we're going to be right on time, and this is going to be interesting and well worth hearing. We've got an excellent panel that was just introduced, representing countries in various, I guess, phases of democratic health and various phases of their experience with right-wing leadership or parties. And so we're going to focus on all of that in this conversation, starting with David. I believe just within the last hour or two, we've had the swearing in of the new Hungarian Prime Minister. Is that correct? I think that's actually worth a moment of reflection. We've talked a lot in the context of this meeting about how the right in countries around the world learned unfortunate lessons from Viktor Orban and his years of governance. I'm interested in what you think the rest of us should be learning from the experience that Magyar has had, both getting elected under very difficult circumstances and now having to govern, and particularly how you unseat an authoritarian democratically. Just asking for a friend here as an American.
Oh, thank you, John. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm still going through this like mental adjustment because for many, many years now, I studied these kind of interventions by quoting Peter Berger, who once said that if you're good for nothing else, you can still serve as a bad example. Now we are probably the good example, potentially the good example. As you said, as of a few hours ago, the Prime Minister of Hungary is no longer called Viktor Orban. That's for the first time in 16 years. It's been a very long.
You're allowed to clap for that. Yeah.
And just to illustrate the scale of victory, which no one saw coming, quite frankly, I didn't for sure. I was optimistic, but not this optimistic. So close to 80% turnout. TISA, the opposition party led by Péter Magyar, won 141 seats, 53% of the votes out of the 199. So this is a very comfortable constitutional majority, which means that the system that Orban meticulously built over the course of these 16 years, now the new government will be able to dismantle. What was also quite surprising and positive is that Orban conceded in less than 3 hours. Not many people expected that. I believe it was because of the scale of the victory was so overwhelming for the opposition that he had no choice. How did the system crumble in such a short period of time? Everybody assumed that this is an invincible or close to invincible system, and indeed, Orban spent so much time, money, political capital to make sure that he's entrenched in power. Let me start with the unforced errors on his part and on his party's part. So this is gross incompetence and negligence when it comes to the economic and social domains. So especially the last 2 parliamentary cycles, it's been really, really, really bad. Hungary has now become the poorest EU member state. It's also the most corrupt. Social services have been crumbling. Hospital services, social services, education systems laid bare how negligence and years of neglect and underinvestment where they got. And then as opposed to that, you have these oligarchy that emerged under Orban by design, people close to him who have gotten so rich that they have been using private yachts and planes and all that. So there was this stark contrast between the cost of living crisis, high inflation, the economic mismanagement of the government, and then this luxury that the government or oligarchs close to the government and government ministers also showcased. And Péter Magyar was very, very smart in linking corruption and showcasing the level of corruption and the endemic corruption by linking it to the cost of living crisis. So this was, I think, a big piece of the puzzle. The moral collapse of moralizing government. So one of the pet issues of Fidesz for many, many years was protecting our children, including from LGBTQ propaganda, like it was a big issue. And then 2 years ago, people found out that they were covering up a child abuse scandal in one of the state-run homes. So this really completely undermined all those moral claims for leadership. Fidesz also got really tired after 16 years, so they had no real central message for this campaign cycle. They have been trying to build up Zelensky as this enemy of the people and dragging us into war, but it was completely ineffective, this sort of polarization strategy that worked so well for them before. And then enter Péter Magyar, a young, fresh face who happens to be called Magyar, which is Hungarian. So imagine a candidate is called Joe American or Mark Canadian. So it's a great name for a challenger. He's young. He's a great contrast, stark contrast with the visibly older and unwell Viktor Orban. He's a useful, fresh face. He's very dynamic, really good at social media communications. And he did something very smart, which was never attempted before, is that he realized that the sort of center-left traditional liberal opposition party system is completely defunct and the voters are ripe for the taking. So instead of trying to bring together the parties. He ignored the parties completely, sidelined them, and went for the voters directly with a big tent, single party challenging approach. They did a fantastic job in building up rural networks and being present, physically present in rural communities that mattered the most in Hungary and gerrymandered electoral context. They have built up these things called the Tisza Islands that are sort of loose affiliate entities locally in small places so that this atmosphere of fear that the Fidesz party built could be punctured and served as sort of the cornerstones of the opposition movement broader than the party. They campaigned largely on positive messaging. There was a lot of criticism, of course, of the corruption and the economic mismanagement, but they provided a positive vision for the country, for new institutions, for a democratic revival. But it was not about protecting the institutions and reverting to status quo from the before Orban years, but they are focused on building something new, building a new Hungary. They completely steered clear of identity politics and of culture wars. So they have really tried to sidestep those. And then they reclaimed patriotism in a inclusive way and sort of emphasized bringing the country together. What was quite astonishing is that Orban built this formidable media machine. Close to 85–90% of the Hungarian media was under his control in some shape or form. And yet the social media machine and some of the independent sort of YouTube-based media outlets almost completely managed to compensate for that. So that those are lessons learned. The other thing, financially, the government was so dominant and they spent so much money on propaganda. By some estimates, the Hungarian government spent about $1 billion every year on propaganda domestically and some of it abroad as well. And yet, Tisza was able to sidestep that by essentially micro-donation campaigns. They raised close to 12 million euros, which in a Hungarian campaign context mattered quite a lot. And then last but not least, of course, civil society and the remnants of civil society, they were still strong enough that they could monitor the elections, make sure that the vote, if not fair, but at least remained free. And they mattered a lot, in addition to investigative journalists who uncovered the corruption and many other civil society organizations who helped mobilize the population.
Thank you. A lot to digest there. A little bit of a how-to guide, actually, that I'll be thinking about for some time. Ellie, like me, you live in a country in which the right wing is in charge. And I think one might have thought, the Prime Minister herself might have thought that meant for a relatively less contentious relationship with the US administration, maybe even something of a bridge between the US and Europe at a difficult time. But things have gotten challenging, particularly in the last few days. Secretary Rubio has been out to Italy to try to repair a rift that emerged maybe a little bit over the Iran war, a little bit over some comments about the Pope. And I guess I'm wondering how you think about how the current government in Italy is balancing a population that probably is not particularly fond of the US approach to the world and to Europe, and a prime minister who would like, I think, a constructive relationship, even given all of that.
Thanks a lot, John. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me start from where David has just ended. We have some good news from Hungary. Orban has lost. I don't think he has lost alone. I think that Trump, Vance, and also the other leaders, including Meloni, who supported Trump in Hungary, have lost with him. But as he said, civil society mobilized through the country. Young people made the difference. Women made the difference in Hungary. And let me bring some good news from Italy. It happened the same. And we won a constitutional referendum with the strength of the vote of younger voters, women, and civil society. So things are changing. And I think that they are paying a high price for this very close relationship with President Trump. Let me be clear on this. I think that the time of right-wing nationalists is over because they are not delivering for people. And I cannot agree more with David. They are failing to deliver exactly on social and economic issues. If you look at my country, we come from 3 years in a row of decrease of the industrial production. We have among the lowest wages in Europe. We have a growth rate at about 0%. And we also have the highest energy bills in Europe. So they are failing to deliver on what improves or worsens the lives of millions of citizens every day. And the propaganda of the government in Italy has clashed against the reality of the living conditions of millions of workers every day. So I think that now, more than ever before, the contradictions of these, let's say, I would call it the international of nationalists, is clear to people. And this is the result of what Trump has been doing. Because if you say America first, it's clear that you will at some point be against the interest of everyone else. And it is clear, for example, with tariffs. You know, we have a country that has a strong export. And last week, Trump said that tariffs on the automotive sector will be increased to 25%. And you can imagine what it means for Italian businesses. And we have about 5 billion euros of export in cars to the US only. So these are hampering all the economies, including the American economy, I'm sure. And I hope to see the effect of this damage in the next midterm election. But what I say is, what is the lesson that we can draw as progressive and democrats around the world? That we cannot leave internationalism to the nationalists, because we have much more in common. And we need, and we can beat them. They are not unbeatable, it's true. They have seemed unbeatable for a long time, David, but they are not unbeatable. We are beating them, not only in the constitutional referendum, but also in many regional and city elections. But we will not beat them by running after them or by trying to speak their same language. We will beat them if we set our own progressive agenda and if we force them on the most uncomfortable ground for them: housing, wages, healthcare and education for all. So what we need to do right now, and I have to thank deeply Prime Minister Carney, not only for hosting us in this beautiful event here in Toronto, but I have to thank him for the words, the very important words he said last week in Armenia. He said that we are not destined to a more brutal world, and that the international order will be rebuilt, and it will be rebuilt out of Europe, starting from the cooperation model of Europe. So we are here to do exactly so. We do not want, and we will not give up the relationship and the friendship with Canada or the US because there is a president right now that is hampering every day that relationship. It's too important for us. But what we need to do, and you listened probably to President Obama yesterday, it was a very interesting conversation. It's true, we have to rebuild an international order, but we should not aim at rebuilding the one that was before, because it was failing to deliver to everyone and not leaving anyone behind. So what we need to do today is to strengthen our cooperation and to be the alternative that rebuilds the international order on peace, solidarity, cooperation, and trade. Because now we have an opportunity, if you think about it. I think that in our societies, we probably made the mistakes in the last decades to take democracy and peace for granted. But now that the right-wing nationalists are putting them under risk and at real risk, I think that we have the opportunity to show that peace, democracy, and cooperation work better for all citizens, because they can deliver better for all citizens. So I think that we need to be very clear on the fact that we will not accept, as democratic people and progressive people, we will not accept to see the international law replaced by the law of the strongest and the richest. We will not accept to see the United Nations replaced by a board of peace that, by the way, is not even working for peace and for reaching a just peace in the Middle East, for example. What we need to do is to be very clear that we will not accept a world with increasing inequalities, with big tech companies earning trillions, deciding without rules how to use our data. I was following the panel before. And at the same time, their friends Trump and Meloni are cutting down healthcare for all and blocking minimum wages for millions and millions of workers. So I would say this is the work we had to do: rebuild an international order based on peace and democracy, social justice and climate justice. And I think that we should also aim at building a fairer international order in the relationship we have with the Global South. If we do so, I'm sure that we can beat them, because we will offer a better alternative that delivers for people. Because ultimately, what keeps us together, and that's why it's so important to be here together, many progressive and democratic and liberal movements across all the world, because our aim is to improve people's lives. And when there's peace and democracy, it is much easier to work together to improve people's lives. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you. Wolfgang, the specter of the return of right-wing government, far-right government to Germany is not just a hypothetical. There was an election in which the AfD did not win, but achieved an historically high result, and more elections to come that will be possibly a harbinger of something more significant as soon as this fall. So I'm wondering how concerned you are, how concerned we should be, and what is to be done to prevent this, other than maybe sending Vice President Vance back to campaign the way he did for Mr. Orban in the week of the election to try to ensure a different result. But I joke, but it's a very serious question, very serious concern for, I think, a lot of people in the room.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we are a bit late to the party, so right-wing populists, due to our past, never really had a chance in Germany. And then that changed with the Euro crisis following the great financial crisis, and then obviously 2015 with a great influx of refugees. And now it was the perfect storm. Not only COVID, which I think helped conspiracy theorists and others a lot all across the globe, but then we had 1.6 million refugees in 2 years, in 2022 and 2023, mainly from Ukraine, but that is a city the size of Munich. And then our support for Ukraine, which many in the right wing don't like because they're close to Russia. And then obviously the cost of living, real wages in Germany since 2019 have been stagnant and only picked up now to be at the same level as 2019, end of last year. So that was really the perfect storm for them. I'm not concerned on the national level, even though the AfD, as the right-wing party, is now polling at 27% or so, so number one. But the real problem will be indeed in the states, which play a greater role than in many other countries. And we have 3 elections in the eastern part of Germany where the AfD is very strong. And so we will probably see in one of the states a close race between the candidate of the center-right against the AfD candidate. What can be done? Obviously, as we all know, solve the problems. So if there is real wage losses, we have to work on like bringing inflation down and helping with minimum wages and other stuff to bring wages up. And then there's whole questions of abundance or why nothing works. If the day-to-day experience of people nowadays is that things don't work, that the trains are late, that you don't use your gadget to have governmental services delivered, they are angry. And that is the incumbency question. And there we are, I am the outlier here because we have the right wing still in the opposition, so they can wave around the magic wand, leave the impression it is so easy, and it was so easy to just change things. And like in our case, as the Social Democratic Party, we have been in power now for 25 years. Unfortunately, never governing in an absolute majority. But so like everything that's not working is to be blamed on us. And so it's a tough thing, but I think we have to really do step by step and then obviously solve the migration thing so that we do not talk about migration. And that I think is the last bit where we have to blame the Conservative Party, even though in kind of a grand coalition, we solved the migration problem. We brought it down to 100,000 asylum applications last year. They continued when we were in government and having the chancellor, they continued to blame us and saying they need to bring it down further. And now that they're responsible, and the numbers are not going down, but staying at the 100,000, which is digestible. The right wing is doing exactly what they did during our time in government. So I think like solving migration and then talk about other things that people really care about, like housing and taxation and industry and AI and its impact on jobs. That's the solution. But I mean, we wouldn't come together if I now had the magic bullet here and the answer to all these questions.
You'd have a different job. One quick follow-up for you. I joked about it at the beginning, but is the fact of right-wing government in the United States helpful, harmful, or sort of indifferent, irrelevant to the AFD's?
It's interesting because, as I said, the AFD was always leaning towards the east, to Russia. And then came Trump, and then they thought, okay, maybe he can give us more protection. Oh, and remember J.D. Vance's speech in Munich last year on freedom of speech. And so they turned again, or they have a split now, and in the whole of Europe as well. And then I think the big mistake Trump made was to go after Greenland and Denmark, because had he gone after Germany or France, like half of Europe would have been, yeah, they deserve it. But I mean, who is against Greenland and who is against Denmark? And so I think that really split them, and we saw that in Italy, we saw that in France, that people are distanced. Right wing is needed to distance themselves from Trump.
Okay, we've got about 5 minutes left and may only get through one or two more, but I did, for a few reasons, want to ask some questions on European security, both because it's my professional bias, but also I think it's important for democracies, including center-left democracies, to have a theory of strength and security and not cede that terrain to the right. So David, Hungary in the previous incarnation had been a real barrier to support for Ukraine, to NATO expansion when that issue was called, very close or at least friendly to Russia. How do you see Hungary's foreign and security policy evolving in the new regime?
Yeah, before I answer that, I wanted to come back on one point. You mentioned the Vance visit, and I think that's one thing that I omitted from the original list of why Orban was defeated. About 5-6 years ago, he kind of got bored with domestic politics and governing, and he engaged in this 5-dimensional geopolitical chess game between Washington and Berlin and Brussels and Beijing and of course Moscow, and he was very engaged in that, and he was not really present in Hungarian domestic politics anymore. But then by the time the elections rolled around, it was really unclear for the electorate, like what is really the benefit for the country. He was in the White House in November meeting Trump, and then he claimed that he got some sort of a financial protection shield. Trump himself said 2 weeks later that no such thing exists. And then Vance came to Hungary, and Orban has always campaigned on I keep energy prices low for the Hungarian population, and that's part of the reason why I have to maintain this close relationship with Russia. And Vance came to Hungary in the midst of the Iran crisis and the rising gasoline prices. So this whole absent Orban geopolitics engagement came blowing up into his face. He was supposed to raise his profile, but I think he had the opposite effect. In terms of security, I mean, Hungary has become a professional spoiler in most European security and other dossiers as well. So that will cease to exist. The new government will be a lot more constructive. I'm not saying that they will be saying yes to everything, but I think they will have a much more constructive approach on Ukrainian security and other assistance, on the 7-year budget negotiations that's coming up, on security and defense policy writ large, maybe on Israel sanctions as well, and some other dossiers. So I feel like they will be. And then Peter Magyar personally, when it comes to Ukraine, I feel will be very constructive. He was in Bucha just a year ago, just to visit the site of the massacre. He came out publicly saying that he feels what the Ukrainians are doing is what the 1956 revolutionary heroes in Hungary did. So I feel like he was cautious because he didn't want to face the same accusations that the opposition before faced, that they are trying to drag the country into war. And he was much more cautious in the campaign season, but I think he's going to be a lot more constructive. And then 2 more things there that matters. I mean, Orban practically was a Russian spy within the European Union and NATO as well, so that will cease to exist, and there will be safer conversations to be had. And then the last but not least, Orban has been very actively and financially supported these far-right networks from France to Spain to maybe even in the US. So that will cease to exist. And this sort of reactionary Disneyland that Budapest has became for the past couple of years will cease to exist.
Okay, thank you. It's a tough call because I would love to keep hearing, and I think the audience would love to keep hearing from all of you on all of this. But in less than 2 minutes, I think the the better part of valor is to defer to the Prime Minister and thank our panel for a really interesting discussion. So thank you all.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us again. This is our last speaker of the day, arguably one of the more exciting ones. We have the distinct honor of welcoming the Prime Minister of Canada to the stage. As many of you know, the Prime Minister is a longtime friend of Canada 2020 and Global Progress Action. I will say back in December of last year of 2024, when Mark Carney was first thinking about running for the leadership, although I do think he's thought about it earlier than that, it was not obvious where this would all go. The Conservative Party was 20 to 25 points ahead, as depending on which poll you looked at. So it wasn't obvious. And this is why we call that election victory historic. It showed that running on a positive message works and can be successful progressives. The Prime Minister has navigated, as all of you know, global crises at the highest levels of both finance and governance, being the Governor of the Bank of Canada, the Governor of the Bank of England, which is pretty extraordinary. I've always said I thought that he would be more successful. He had been the central banker of a third G7 country. But now some of you may have heard that he went to Davos this past year and gave a speech. I've never in my lifetime remember a Prime Minister of Canada giving a speech at Davos that was then replicated in Le Monde, the New York Times, and everywhere, and even referenced last night by the President in his remarks. That speech was heard around the world, and I think it was a clarion call to middle powers to band together and work together to take down their signs. Ladies and gentlemen, our Prime Minister, friend, Mark Carney.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for, this is where I get it. Thank you for your leadership and friendship. Tim is a friend. Before I was Prime Minister, I wasn't his friend, now I'm his friend. It's amazing. It's amazing. But no, Tim and Susan Smith, Tom Pitfield, your leadership of Canada 2020 over the years. We first came, Diana, when we first came to Ottawa, God, 20 years ago. And you joined Canada 2020 and helped define the Canada we want in 2020. Yeah. Didn't include COVID, didn't include a few things, but much of that was built out, and now we have an agenda going forward. I'd like to thank the organizers. I'd like to thank Global Progress, the Center for American Progress, which is part of Global Progress, just to be clear. American Progress is part of Global Progress. Johan, thank you. Tireless work, energy. I'm going to give a shout out, I think appropriately, to Matt Brown for his leadership over the years. You know, I mean, this is a remarkable group of people that you brought together, and much of good of what has happened in the world has sprung from the individuals and the organizations around here. Just before going into detail in my remarks, and if you have somewhere else to go and you understand French, you can listen for the next few sentences and go off and enjoy Toronto. Aujourd'hui, je veux vous parler de la rupture dans le monde. Notre réponse à l'heure actuelle doit être de résister à toute tentation de préserver ou de restaurer des éléments du passé. Nous préférons, ici au Canada, de bâtir à nouveau de nouvelles infrastructures, du nouveau parlement, du nouveau système énergétique, de nouvelles relations commerciales et de nouvelles institutions. Voilà ce que pourrait être la nouvelle politique progressiste. Now, across all our countries, I think this is safe to say, across all our countries, the same conversation is taking place at kitchen tables and factory floors and chat rooms, people feeling a loss of control. It's a conversation that's been going on for a few years. Control or loss of control over their cost of living, loss of control over who comes across their borders, loss of control, as we've just heard, over what enters their social media feed, control or loss thereof of a technology that may displace, destroy their jobs before it improves their lives, control in a world that's more divided and dangerous by the day. And that loss of agency, control, is the common thread through all our politics. It doesn't respect ideology, it doesn't respect the old left-right map. And it has fed a politics of grievance, one that thrives on scarcity, feeds on division, and promises strength through demolition. And it won't be addressed by the old ways. And just as Marshall McLuhan, that's my necessary Canadian reference, Marshall McLuhan, described 60 years ago, our age of anxiety is caused by trying to do today's job with yesterday's tools and yesterday's concepts. And I thought that was one of President Obama's main points last evening. A fascinating conversation. Point that we need new institutions as much as reimagining the old ones. And that was part of my argument at Davos, that the international rules-based order that we helped build together no longer works as it once claimed, that we cannot restore that which no longer holds, that nostalgia is not a strategy. We have to take the sign down and build anew. So with this context, what I want to do in my time is, actually, we'll extend beyond my time. Sorry, just kidding, don't worry. What I want to do is say a few words about what we're doing in Canada. And I'm not going to claim that we have all the answers, not least because we have a federal system, and there are many fundamental roles of government, particularly in healthcare and education, for which we're not directly responsible. But even though, given that, and even though we're just getting started, I believe there are some of the broader lessons for all of us. So, and part of that, consistent with what I just said and said in Davos, is part of the way forward is to name plainly what's broken, to say as plainly as possible how we intend to replace it, and then do the hard work of building. I'm going to provide a few examples. Housing is unaffordable, in part because we haven't been building affordable housing. I mean, not a tautology. We literally have not been building in this country. As Mike Moffat knows, we haven't built affordable housing for about 30 years as a class. So what we're doing, and it's not all the answer, but it's part of the answer, is to look to build affordable housing on a scale and speed not seen in generations. And by the way, if you haven't been building affordable housing for 30 years, it's pretty easy to meet that bar. It's a low bar. We have a higher bar than that. But we've created a new public agency, Build Canada Homes, that targets deeply affordable housing. That means transition housing for homeless, all the way up the continuum to mixed income developments. Very importantly, a variety of levers for that, including taking the very large federal land bank and making it available. We're looking to double the pace of affordable housing construction using factory technologies familiar to many of you from Europe, using, of course, Canadian lumber and Canadian workers, cut building times in half, reduce costs, and reduce embedded and operating emissions each by 20%. We're also working with the provinces, because there's a housing crisis right now, and municipalities to cut what are called development charges. If you're Mike Moffat and you're in the Honor's Twitter feed, you'll know what this means, because he talks about it incessantly, quite rightly. Development charges, we're working with them to cut those in half and to cut taxes on new home purchases. So what does that mean? Translate that right here in Toronto, across Ontario, but here in Toronto, that is a savings now, as I speak today, on new homes of up to $200,000. That's affordability. Second example. The truth is that building energy systems that are cleaner, more abundant, and affordable won't just happen. And in Canada, we need to remind ourselves of that, because we start from a very enviable position. We have the second lowest energy costs delivered on the retail side and for industrials in the OECD. More than 80% of the power generated in the country is zero emission. But like many others, we need to double the scale of that grid over the course of the next 2 decades. That will require massive investment, the linking of provincial systems, they're all islands. It'll require spreading the costs of that generation over time, using our AAA balance sheet, so that ratepayers today, who are being crushed by affordability concerns, don't pay all the costs of those investments that will benefit all our citizens and all generations over time, and the planet, of course, over decades. This is one of the big reasons why we have to do permitting reform, regulatory reform in Canada. It is an essential reason, apart from fundamental reasons of justice, why we need new partnerships with Indigenous peoples, And we need a willingness, this can be sometimes hard to accept, we need a willingness to use all sources of energy, including some gas, and all technologies beyond conventional renewables, certainly to nuclear, hydro, small modular reactors, carbon capture, and geothermal. That combination will ensure reliability and affordability and dramatically slash emissions across the entire economy. That is the point. That is the objective. And I'll just put some numbers on this. You can't get away without some numbers from me, I'm sorry. Our current grid, all of that generation across the country, largely clean, emits just under 50 megatons a year. The emissions of heavy industry, transportation, buildings in Canada is about 525 megatons a year. The biggest prize is reducing emissions affordably through electrification rather than purity in generation. Third, we need to build new trade relationships in order to move from reliance to resilience. And it's truth that Canada has long benefited, and we are very grateful. We have long benefited, we did say thank you, long benefited from our proximity to the world's largest and the world's most dynamic economy. But as the US changes dramatically its policies, and that's the right of the United States, as it changes those policies, many of our former strengths have become our vulnerabilities. We still, to be clear, we still have the best trade deal with the United States. Over 85% of our goods move tariff-free across the border. But with American tariffs, so-called 232 or strategic tariffs on autos, steel, aluminum, forest products, I could go on, but in these so-called strategic areas, those are creating deep challenges for our workers and firms in those industries, industries that until now have been highly, highly integrated with the United States to the benefit of America as well as Canada. And our response begins by reimagining aspects of North American integration. And to be absolutely clear, Canada, like Mexico, Canada remains open to deeper integration, including options for Fortress North America in selected sectors. And to be clear, those offers are on the table. But if that route is not ultimately possible, we will invest heavily in new markets and products. We'll reward those who build, buy, and produce in Canada, and we will build new partnerships abroad. We're already applying the main lessons of the past 18 months, that we must build our strategic autonomy. Now, that starts with meeting our NATO obligations. Meeting our NATO obligations, and it has to be said, for the first time since the fall of the Berlin Wall. We are in the process, beyond that, moving forward, of catalyzing $500 billion of investment in defense and security and resilience over the next decade. But it means more than that. Building strategic autonomy means more than defense and security. It means building new, reliable partnerships abroad. We've signed in the last year 20 new economic and security agreements across 5 continents. We're on track to conclude major trade agreements this year with India, with ASEAN and Mercosur. And the early results of this strategy are encouraging. Non-US exports are up sharply. We're on track to double them this decade. Foreign investment in Canada is at its highest in 2 decades, and it's running more than twice the rate, adjusted for the size of our economy, of all other G7 economies. And we're making this progress. We're making this progress because Canada is blessed with what the world wants, from energy to critical minerals, from aerospace to AI. We're making this progress because we have the values to which much of the world aspires, including commitments to sustainability, the rule of law, the belief that openness brings strength and mutual benefit. And we're making this progress in part because we've recognized, in some cases before others, the degree to which in the new world, sovereignty requires more than a country just being able to feed, fuel, and defend itself, as important as that is. It requires access to those critical minerals, to space-based communications, to sovereign cloud, AI, payment systems, clean energy, and vaccines. And all of that demands partnership. And there's no one-stop shop for that partnership. We need a variable geometry, a dense web of partnerships across those core strategic capabilities and issues, drawing on common values and interests, because it's those common values and interests that will assure alignment and respect to those agreements. So from the coalition of the willing to support Ukraine, where we're one of the largest per capita contributors, to the G7's Buyers Club for critical minerals, and our AI partnership with India and Australia. For Canada, this also includes being the only non-European country to join SAFE, the European Union's Defence Procurement Initiative, and it includes intensifying defense, security, and economic partnership with the Nordic countries. Now, talking about building partnerships, building directly, but I want to focus on what is just as important as that physical build, which is how we build. We're focused on building sustainably, because reducing emissions is not just a moral duty, it's an economic imperative. So that means those low carbon homes, low carbon trade corridors, low carbon manufacturing, zero carbon energy. We're building in solidarity with workers. Our focus is on creating good union careers for electricians, welders, carpenters, pipe fitters, the engineers who will build the homes, the ports, the energy systems of this country. 2 weeks ago, we just created something called Team Canada Strong. And it's a soup to nuts, not cradle to grave, but 15 to education to job, soup to nuts approach to train up to 100,000 new highly skilled tradespeople over the next 5 years, giving young Canadians a seamless pathway from first job to skills training, internships, qualifications, job placements in a country that will be building for decades. So this is a pathway to a career that we will pay for. We're building inclusively, in close partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. That means free, prior, and informed consent on major projects. It means financing Indigenous ownership in those projects and significant economic benefit in their construction and operation. So when we're building physically, we're building inclusively, sustainably, in solidarity. And as this group has been talking about over the last 24 hours and living in your day jobs, these same values must hold when we build virtually. The question is whether AI certainly will transform our lives, but the question is whether it will improve the lives of all Canadians or benefit only some. Canadians want AI that's safe and sovereign. We just heard from Minister Solomon. AI that creates new economic opportunities, strengthens public services, improves our quality of life. And our AI strategy is about to come out. We'll seek to advance those objectives with modern online safety laws. One of the advantages of being late is we're taking the lessons from others, including Jonathan Haidt's advice that we just saw. We're focused on secure government systems, as others are, sovereign compute, including with partners in Europe and abroad, broad access to AI training and education that represents Canadian voices, languages, and cultures. Now, building big takes time, and people are feeling the pressures of everyday life, the affordability crisis right now. So what we've been doing in parallel with this is giving Canadians a boost today and a bridge to a better tomorrow. Our first act as government was to cut a series of taxes, including middle-class taxes for 22 million Canadians. In the last few months, we've launched a new groceries and essential benefit worth up to $1,800 for Canadian families that affects 12 million Canadians most in need. Like many others, we've suspended a federal fuel tax for the course of this summer, given the severe price increases. And we've maintained our social safety net, crucially. And that's taken tough decisions. We're reinforcing the soundest fiscal position in the G7 so we can maintain those supports. And despite the tariff war, at actual wars, we've reduced our deficit. We've reduced operating spending, so away from transfers to individuals. We reduced that spending growth, which had been running at 8% a year for 10 years. We've reduced that to 2%. We're including making difficult decisions, reducing 10% of the civil service and 20% of our spending on consultants. We're maintaining the lowest deficit, the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, while we reinforce our social safety net that includes public health care, public dental care, public pharma care, public child care. Now, the final imperative I wanted to mention is perhaps the most difficult. It's the most difficult given the extreme uncertainty and immediate pressures people are facing. It's this. We have to take risk. Big risk. We have to take risks again. Because in a crisis, fortune favors the bold. And so what we're doing is to motivate that risk-taking, taking risks as government, but also drawing on Canada's history, on examples, and giving people agency. History is the easy bit. Canada was built by Indigenous peoples, voyageurs who mapped this continent and built trading networks from coast to coast to coast before, to respect, the Americans had even left St. Louis. But whenever we have something over the Americans, we're going to use it. Sorry. After the Second World War, Canadians built new neighborhoods for hundreds of thousands of returning veterans, new universities, the St. Lawrence Seaway, the Trans-Canada Highway, Expo 67, inspiring the world. The point is, we used to build in this country, and we're building again, big, fast, bold. $1 trillion of investment is our target over the course of the next 5 years. Second, we're drawing on examples. I can think of no better one. By the way, if you ever want inspiration, interview an astronaut. Last month, I had the privilege of speaking to the crew of the Integrity, and I asked Canada's astronaut, Jeremy Hansen, about advice for Canadians. And he advised us that we have to be willing to take risks. This is a quote. We have to be willing to take risks, recognize that there'll be setbacks, push through them, because in his words, ultimately know that we are going to persist and we will win. Thirdly, giving people agency. This goes back to taking back control. So in the tariff crisis, and I don't think it's an overstatement to call it a tariff crisis, the response of Canadians has been exceptional. Canadians have been keen to do their bit, effectively, do their bit, buy Canadian, visit their country. So help make that happen. It's clear labeling. It means the government following their example with a buy Canadian policy, which we now have. It means seemingly little things, but incredibly important things. We introduced something called the Canada Strong Pass, which meant cheap rail travel for youth and families, free visits to national parks, museums, exhibitions. Over the course of the summer, we extended it over the holidays in the winter, and now over this summer. Huge increase in domestic tourism and spending, up to, depending on how you measure it, around 20%, paralleled by about a 35% fall in cross-border visits. Means something else as well. We are in the early days of creating a sovereign wealth fund. Now, we're not short of capital in this country. We're not short, as I mentioned earlier, of capital that wants to come in and invest in this country. We are going to create a tremendous amount of wealth in this country through these nation-building projects. That is going to benefit all Canadians. It's going to benefit their children, bigger economy, better jobs. But we also think that Canadians should have a direct access to the wealth that's created. So when those ports get built, when that energy infrastructure gets built, when that critical mineral mine gets built, Canadians more specifically, take a slice alongside the private sector. The new Canada Strong Fund will invest in major ambitious Canadian projects across energy, infrastructure, mining, agriculture, technology, data centers, right alongside private investors. And so for the first time in our history, Canadians will benefit directly from those economic returns. You know, I'll stop here and I'll just mention two other things. One is when we built the country, if you know your Canadian history, I mentioned history as a motivator. One of the most iconic projects was the original National Railway, Canadian Pacific Railway, which linked the country together at a time when our sovereignty was threatened, and we needed to link British Columbia on the west to the provinces in central Canada in the east. The federal government did many things to make that happen. It was the right thing to do economically and for sovereignty. All of the returns went to Lord Strathcona and, well, mainly Lord Strathcona, now that I think about it, because if you go across the country, you'll see a lot of things named after Strathcona. Going to be different this time. We're going to share those benefits and we're going to allow Canadians, if they have a little bit of money, to put it in alongside. They don't have to, but if they have a little bit of money, they'll put it alongside. They'll get the Government of Canada return. If they want to take it out in the short term, they'll get the bigger return if they leave it in longer term. And I will tell you, from going across the country, that's what Canadians want to do. They want to do their little bit to be part of the solution. Let me conclude. And I'll tell you something, you know, I probably told you everything I've said, you know, but you know, those whose politics is to destroy, to demolish, dismantle, they're not going to change their instincts. This is, in many respects, this is their moment, right? We can't match them by being timid imitations of them. We can't answer them by pining for an old order that's not there. And the loss of control that people feel that feeds our age of anxiety, it can only be answered by positive action, by building that which comes next. You know, through the crack in the bell, as Leonard Cohen said, through the rupture that the light gets in. In this more uncertain world, building for all, actual building, concrete, steel, and code is the new progressive politics. And our message to Canadians right from the start has been reflecting back what we've heard. It's a more dangerous world. We have to take care of ourselves. And as Canadians, we will always take care of each other. Building a country that's not just strong, but it's good. Not just prosperous, but fair. Not just for some most of the time, but for all Canadians all of the time. Soyons tous. Pour le Canada, pour un Canada pour tous et pour le monde. Thank you very much. Thank you for your commitment to Canada. Thank you for letting me this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Carney. This concludes the summit. It's great to be in Canada. It's great to be in Carneyland. Thanks all of you for joining us. I want to make another shout out to all of the staff, all of the volunteers, Tim, Caroline, Ali, Jess, all of the US Cap Action folks. And thanks all of you for coming and joining us. Stay tuned. Give yourself an applause.
I'm good. I'm good. Can you please switch the button? Yeah, yes. How about you have to strike it in? Everything.